I feel like maybe I'm just gonna start with a mental health check-in for myself. Um, Sort of setting the stage. And I feel it's also important for me actually to, I don't know, I don't recall having done it actively in the recent times. Well, like sort of the last stream, but I think we didn't get like properly through it, so it was only like touching on the subject. All right. Let's start with physically because that's easy. So I'm it's hard to tell. Like I think I'm healthy again. Like I was, for example, also like playing tennis yesterday. Um and I haven't noticed that my throat is getting like rough or anything, but I don't like entirely trust it yet. I do think it's sort of like a situation where it's like I'm like really close to being like entirely healthy. Um but I really want to make sure I don't like I don't know, like at 95% like overextend and then I'm like getting sick again. But I'm really happy that I'm definitely like to the point again where I can like exercise because I haven't been exercising in the like while I was sick for the past like I don't know, like week and a half or something. Um and I feel like I really missed that part. So yeah. Happy I can do that again with like the knowledge that I'm probably like it's not gonna fuck up my health, but it's actually gonna like be a good idea to do it. Mm, but I do have quite a lot of like doctor's appointments at the moment because of like an allergy test coming up, and that's like also like I need to call back with uh, like it's called like a migraine clinic. Like it's the neurologist I go to with my headache, because we've been well, I should have called him back like a month ago or something already, to be fair. Because we've been trying to see if the chiropractor I was going to is going to fix my headache. And while I definitely believe it has gotten better, I'm like it's like still there. So it's like nothing really where it's like I don't know fixed. So I wanted to get back to the clinic and be like, okay, let's try the next thing because there's still some, well, essentially drugs we can try. Like, not like classic drugs, but like medicine drugs. Um, and yeah, I try to sort of avoid them, but I feel like, I don't know, like if the chiropractor is not gonna do the thing, I shouldn't like, I shouldn't waste more time, sort of. And I should try to find a solution to this. So I have it on my to-do list and I'm calling them back, which is gonna be even more doctor's appointments. And then I have like I'm sort of like in the intake phase right now with this like other uh therapy place in Utrecht. Um and it's not going as well as I hoped. Like the plan was essentially that because I'm like sort of done with therapy at the place I'm right now. And the only thing I still wanted to do was some type of like group therapy because that can specifically help with like social anxiety and just, I don't know, like I feel like my social anxiety has gotten better because I trained it in my like a normal life. Um, but it's still definitely a thing where I just want to get to the point where social interactions really don't take me much more energy than regular ones. Um, so I was really hoping for that group therapy lesson. But now I talked to them and they actually told me that the next group therapy might only start in like a year. Like they were considering to open up a new group. That's why I sort of applied, but I think it like fell through or something. So if the next is only in a year, that's like really annoying. Also, they like still consider to give me like normal therapy, which is a thing where I'm like, sure. I'm not sure if I need it, but like, sure. Like, why not? You know? But I'm really sort of like, okay, like what, like, can that really help me with my goals? Um, or is that sort of like wasted energy? So yeah, it's also appointments I have to attend to. So a bunch of appointments with doctors and psychologists and all of that stuff right now, which is just I don't know, like the appointments itself, like I don't like I don't know, it doesn't matter too much, right? But it's just energy, like they're always midday, right? Because it's like doctors, like they're never on the weekend or at times where it's like easy to get to. So to some of them I have to get to alone, which is again like sort of like just taking me more energy than if I don't have to go there alone. Um, because of the like social anxiety part still. So that's like annoying. Um, but yeah, it's just I don't know, a bunch of appointments I don't really I don't know, which are not fun. Like especially the allergy test, I'm low-key like scared of it because I'm like, is it gonna itch like the like you put it on like on one day and it's like this huge plaster with like a lot of different I don't know like allergic like possibly allergic like substances, and it's this like huge batch essentially of like so many, and they just put it on your back and you're like not allowed to shower with it on for like the next 3 days, and then you're like, well, like it can itch because it's like if you're allergic to one of them, which is like the point why we're doing this, right? So the expectation is like that I am allergic to at least one of them, probably some of them, um and then it's gonna be itching for like 3 days, and I'm really bad with itching. Um, yeah. So I really hate that part. Not looking forward to it. Um, Probably good to find out, but like definitely not looking forward to it. Mm, yeah. But yeah, good news. I'm doing exercise again. Um, I'm sort of healthy again. Um, I have been reading like a tiny bit. Like I wanted to read more, to be fair. Um, but yeah, I haven't. I'm too excited for other things right now. Like I'm really doing like so much creative stuff. So yeah, I don't know, like reading hasn't been at the top of my list, but I definitely want to go back to it. But I'm glad that I read at least like something. It honestly, it was only like 1 page though, which is like 2 pages in a normal book, so it's really like not much. But it's still a win, you know. Like we still have been technically reading, a little bit more than I don't know, like packaging instructions. Um, well, I feel like it's a I don't know. It's like a sign that I like take it seriously and I get back into it. So I'm happy. Um, Then there's a few other goals which are more time sensitive, but I really sort of avoid them. So I need to send out like invitations for my birthday. Because we're in the Netherlands and like Dutch people need invitations like 3 months in advance. My birthday is on the 29th of January, so I'm technically I'm already late. Like technically I'm already late. But it's really weird to me that like because Zach has his birthday on the 8th of December and he's been sending out his invites like already like a month ago or something. But it's really weird to me to have like his invite still pending and then sending out my invites. Because it's like, I don't know, it's essentially asking some people to like come to the Netherlands to visit us from Germany. And it's like, they haven't even planned the one trip and then they should plan the second trip. Like, that's, I don't know. It's not perfect, but I should just do it. Like, people can say no. Like, I'm not forcing anybody. But I'm just, I don't know, I'm just avoiding the situation because I don't like it. Um, at the same time, I don't have like a very specific plan for my birthday yet. And that's also annoying for me because I want to set like really clear expectations for the invite so people like really know what they get themselves into. Um but I feel like I might be obsessing about the details a little bit too much because I want to make like every cake and food. Like I want to essentially, so I'm inviting like, I don't know, like maybe 30 people or something. I want to make dinner for everybody myself and cakes and stuff. But at the same time, some of these people who's gonna come are probably gonna come for like longer than that one day. So I can't be just like cooking and baking for like 1 week in advance because the people who are arriving will want to do stuff with me. So it needs to be like stuff which is like fairly easy to make for like an entire load of people. Um yeah, and it's just one of those things where like I feel like nobody is expecting me to tell them beforehand what they gonna have as food in like 3 months. But I just want to have the planning done. And that's why I'm like sort of, I don't know. it's so it's a little bit stupid. So yeah, I should just send it out, I guess. Greetings, Grumpy. How are you doing? Welcome. So yeah, I'm doing like a mental health check on myself right now, sort of. To sort of get this stream going. So I'm glad you're here. um So I've already been sort of at the like how I'm physically doing part, which is like I'm healthy again, I'm exercising again. I'm like 95% healthy maybe. Like I don't know if I'm 95 or 100%, but I'm already doing exercise, but I'm still sort of like taking vitamin C, like being cautious. Um and apart from that, I'm having like a bunch of doctor's appointments, which is really annoying. Like I'm having like this allergy test, I'm having this intake with that other thing. Like I should get back to the neurologist for like the chronic headache type situation, and like there's so many appointments going on, and it's really, I don't know, it's too much. um And yeah, apart from that, I've been not doing what I wanted to do and doing a bunch of stuff which I want to do spontaneously instead. Which um yeah, means that I only read like 1 to 2 pages, and I have been working on my invite for my birthday in January, but I haven't sent it out yet, and I'm already too late technically. So I need to like do some of the stuff I'm like a little bit pushing right now. I just get over myself. Yeah. I saw your notification. I was focused with work, also listening to a smart audio. I had to finish that chapter before joining because I was a cliffhanger. I'm glad you're enjoying your life. My birthday is on the 29th of January, so like pretty late. But because I live in the Netherlands, like all the Dutch people want the invites like 3 months in advance. Because seriously, like if you invite people to your birthday like 1 week in advance, we had the experience that literally like 20% of the people are available only, and the rest can't come. So, yeah. So I'm late, technically. Like, I'm already pretty late on my invite, even though it's already like, it's still like 2 months out, like more than 2 months. But yeah. So, but it's like, yeah, it's like really unnatural to me to send out the invite so early. Especially because I don't really have a feeling yet for like what food I want to offer or like what type of cakes or something. Actually, you know what? I'm too hard on myself here because I've been actually technically like working on those invites. Because I have made like 2 different cake tests so far for like cakes which are like easy to make. And I already planned the third one. Um ads. Oh, I'm just gonna wait for a second. I'm just gonna use that time to drink the rest of my protein shake. What is happening here? Ads still going strong. Damn, Grumpy has long ads. So we were at the cakes, right? Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Grumpy. Thank you. Fuck you, ads. Oh. I love how you were like going strong on like just waiting for the ad to end, and then at some point you were like, I'm done with it, like fuck you. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Whatever it does to my Twitch algorithm. Hopefully, I don't know. Like there's like rumors about this that like if you have like more subs, they like push you sort of. I don't know if that's true, but I heard it. If you can't tell, it's that time of the month. You mean like payday day? Wait, payday is actually already the day. It's not payday day. Payday day is the like when you play payday day. I love that actually, payday day. Payday hey. Oh my god. I love that there's like this like A makes it so much more like nice to sort of like say. Ooh, payday slay. Payday hey slay. Payday day slay. Payday slay day. Ooh, I love that. A slay is a really good combination with that. Okay. Okay. Ah, and welcome back, Pandas, to the chat. So, yeah, what I was saying is that I'm actually like, I've been like a little bit too hard on myself because, like, with the invitation, I'm actually sort of working on it the entire time because I totally forgot that, like, what's sort of bothering me is that I, like, sort of like, I want to know if I'm gonna say, like, like, you get, like, all of the food I made myself, you get, like, all of the cakes I made myself. Like, I'm gonna give you, like, a 5-star menu, you know, like, for my birthday, but, like, come, you know, like, it's worth it. Be there or be square, you're gonna miss out. And yeah, but because some people, I expect, probably, maybe, will be there for longer, so they want actually to do something with me before my birthday, like the few days before. So I want to limit my preparations to the day of the birthday and the evening before. So let's just say I need really, really efficient, good tasting cakes. I've been making 2 so far. The result is okay, but I don't like I made one with like bladderdeeg, bladderdeeg. I think that's in Dutch, and in English it's puff pastry. So Blätterteig in German. But I don't like that part. Like, I don't like the dough of it. Um, I can see the link. Great. I found a great tattoo. Okay, let's hope it's a great tattoo. Oof. Mm. The first comment is best, actually. The first comment is like not the one from the moderator, but the NSFW warning, exclamation mark, and then brackets end. But oof. Yeah. Cheesecake. Ever had cheese cream cake? No, but I also do not like cheesecake, sadly. Like, my taste is really, really specific. So that's the other problem. So yeah, I've been making like 2 cakes so far. One of them is definitely like really easy to make, really quick to make, so that's good. Like, at least it's like quick. It's not like actually quick to make, but it's like it takes like an hour in the oven, but the thing, like the time and effort it takes me to make is actually like really low. Like, it's I just need to like cut like it's an American apple pie, but you buy like pre-made puff pastry as like the dough. So you put like you cut all the apples, you like put all the sugar and shit in, and then you just throw it in the cake, put the cover on top. That's sort of it. Definitely takes longer if you do stuff like me, which is like braiding the entire top part. Like, that's insane. But I think I won't do that then. Like, I feel like I'm just gonna like cut out some leaves and stuff like this and like put those on top and just gonna be like, that's not good enough. Yeah. I've made a rainbow cake once for my birthday. Oh my god. I mean, that sounds amazing. It sounds like a lot of work too, though. HR. HRT? What is HRT? I just know HR. For the HR team? Anyway, like, you go make some food. Enjoy. Eating is important. But yeah, so I'm sort of like, I'm working towards having like the proper invite, but I'm honestly like, it's sort of stupid to wait with the invite until I have the perfect like cake and like whatever. Like hormone replacement therapy. Oh lol. Okay. uh, yeah. Okay, so not HR. That makes so much more sense. I'm glad. Um, I was sort of like, what is like with HR actually? But that's great. Uh, but it's a whole bunch of uncomfortable questions though. Um, but yeah. Do they, by the way, do like a hormone test of your hormone levels like before? Like they should, right? Because that could be like quite interesting, I feel like. Anyways, make your food first. We'll come back to this topic later. Then you can like eat in peace now. Yeah, so I don't know. Like I haven't been like it's just one of those things where like that's like exactly what I like oftentimes like when we talk about stuff. I like say like we need to think about this actively. Like there needs to be an active decision. Because with the invitation, it's actually a perfect example because it's on my to-do list. It's the second thing on top. And I haven't been doing it, and the month is like nearly over. I have already the like the sort of text on like which I wanted to like put out, and I already sort of have a plan, but because I wanted to make the plan like way more like the plan sort of made some questions for myself, which is, for example, like, okay, like you say you're gonna make like the cakes and stuff yourself and you're gonna like offer dinner, but like, is there like how much people do you want to invite? Like, can you like what type of dinner can you make for so many people while still like if people come over for like a few weeks or well, a few weeks is too much, but like a few days in advance, like how can you offer food to everybody, to maybe 30 people, and still be a good host and like be with the people who are actually like coming over to see you? Um, and just because I've been thinking like there's options, like there's really not I know I sort of can do it, but I'm just sort of like trying to figure out what the perfect options are. Which I would have time for, right? Like till the birthday. But because these questions came up when I made this goal, I'm like now working towards solving those questions without sending the invite. But every time I look into my calendar and I see like my goal of sending the invite, I'm like, oh fuck, I didn't do this. Like I'm so procrastinating on this. But essentially, it's not really procrastination, but it's just a like confused motivation, let's say. Because like I'm working on the goal right now. I'm just working on it in a like in I'm just doing like steps first, which are like I'm like it's weirdly arranged, Like I should just send out the invite saying like there's gonna be like food and cakes and stuff and like all types of snacks. Like you can eat here if you want, like don't be afraid. And that would be like for most people, that would absolutely be enough. And then on, I don't know, the week before, the day before, on the day, I could still be like, hey, we have this, 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 and this. So don't eat dinner or do eat dinner. And then like people can decide for themselves. So it's really something where like the specific food plan is so unnecessary to make now. But I do, because these questions have been raised while planning this whole thing and while working on the invite to then be able to send out the invite. But the moment I now like actively think about it, I'm like, actually, I should just send out the invite because people need to know of the date first. And then I also get feedback on like who many people are coming, and then I can like plan everything way better. Um, And I feel like now that I sort of like think about this, like the resistance is sort of like resolved because I fixed the confusion. And now I know, like, okay, I should send this out, and then, like, I can, like, keep working on the cakes, whatever. But it's, like, separate from sending the invite out. Like, I don't need to wait with the invite on something. The same is sort of with the, like, with the reading. I guess with the reading, it's, like, a bit harder. Because with the reading parts, it's, like, something I don't really entirely feel like doing right now. Because I have, like, a lot of other goals I feel, like, really excited about. So, for example, I'm, like, making dice right now to sell, actually. Like, for D&D, like, these type of dice. And I have, like, so many... I don't know. There's like so many things I'm sort of like into right now. Like I'm really doing like a lot of 3D printing stuff. Like I've 3D model like my own like IKEA like clothes cabinet inlay for like the accessory drawer, so I can like organize like all my stuff and shit like this. I've been doing like I'm doing tests at the moment with like PLA smoothing with like different types of like chemicals. I'm doing like a test on like what the best settings are for like miniature printing and like how to best print miniatures and stuff like this. So like I have like right here I have like different imps I made, and like so this is the first test, and as you can see, so this is supposed to have like a tail, which it doesn't. And you can see there's a bunch of gunk because that's what the tail was supposed to be, but it broke. So that was the first one. And the one I have right now, like the last one, has still like stringing, but there's the tail. The tail is like, you know, it's like not broken. It's like actually it's working. But as you can like, do you see that? Like there's a tiny bit of stringing. And like stringing is fine, like you can fix that. But it's just not like entirely perfect because there's some places where the model looks a tiny bit trash because there's been an overhang which has not been like perfectly supported. So for example, yeah, you can see, so the second thing is it's like not standing straight on the bottom because I put supports on the bottom and they didn't like properly support it. So it's like, do you see, like it's like really rough. Also like here at the bottom of the tail you can see that, and at the bottom of the wings. So that's like really not perfect, but it's the only model where the tail actually came out like properly intact and stable. I do have to say, I picked, like the model I picked is way harder than I thought it would be because it's so tiny. Because if models are bigger, and this is like the tiniest miniature model you would need to print because it's like it's the tiniest scale you use in D&D for like tabletop gaming. So that's sort of like annoying. And I don't know if I still want to fix that, but yeah, so I'm like, anyways, like I'm doing like a bunch of different things, a bunch of different tests. I'm also like, I've got into like some board games. Like we're playing like Robinson Crusoe right now. I don't know if you heard it, but it's like really hard. We failed twice already. I'm hooked, you know? So let's just say I have a lot of different things I'm doing right now. I'm more into the like fun space right now. And I honestly feel like it's why is that? Let me think. I feel like because motivation is hard right now, maybe. Like, I don't know, like I've been sick, right? Like I've had my period, like I've like while being sick, then with all the doctor's appointments, like there's been so many things coming together with the intake, with all of these appointments that I don't know, because like the reading part is really, it's not like reading anything. It's not like reading a fantasy novel. That's not what I mean by reading, sadly. What I mean by reading is like reading the introduction course book of psychology. So I don't know. I think I just don't really have like energy for that at the moment, and that's why it's sort of like falling through. Um, but at the same time, I realize the negative feedback um, of it falling through, because I realize, like, I notice how I don't feel very. I don't know. I don't feel like too knowledgeable, or like I don't feel like I'm like. I don't know. I feel this is maybe like only me, but whenever I learn something, um, I feel smart. Is that a normal connection? I don't know, but whenever I've learned something new, I feel like smart, and I feel like I'm like getting smarter, like I'm progressing, I feel like achieved, and and stuff like this. And when I don't learn something, I feel lazy. Like even if I do like a whole bunch of different things, and even if the things I do are like challenging and I learn something in different areas, it's like if I don't learn something new in psychology, I just don't. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm like really progressing. I don't know. Does that make sense? But yeah, so I think for this specifically, I just maybe didn't have like too much energy. Um, and that's why I didn't do it. So I feel like maybe I should switch to reading in the morning. Like literally like standing up, picking up that book and reading for just like half an hour or something to make sure that I like that this comes first and like get my priorities straight. Or and that's sort of the other option, like either like actually prioritize it, or the second thing I could do is just make peace with me not having had energy for that and just be like, well, I was sick and like stuff, like there was a lot of stuff going on and it's fine to not have energy for that sometimes. And the energy is gonna come back, like sort of, I guess, like soon, probably. And then I'm gonna like start reading again. And it's like fine if I don't do it for like a few weeks. Um, and I feel like that would be like fine too. So I feel like I maybe just need to make sort of like a decision on that a little bit. I think I'm just gonna try to read in the morning. And when I feel like, hmm, I think I'm just gonna confront that and see what was going on. Like if there is any new knowledge in that moment. Like if because if I read in the morning, like if I'm still exhausted, that means I'm too exhausted because I haven't like rested properly. And then I just need a little bit more rest. But yeah, we're gonna find that out. But yeah, apart from that, I'm actually like I don't know, like these are the like the tiny things where I'm like, because like I look in the calendar at the evening and I'm like, um, but apart from that, I'm actually really happy. Like I don't know, like I'm really good. I'm feeling really good. It's like even today when I like did I like I didn't show you, I think. Today for stream, I was like a tiny bit late because let me because I had a huge mishap in the kitchen. Like look at this. Like do you see the spots on the floor? Like it's everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. It's like on my entire clothing. It's like on the back wall. It's like everywhere. So, and it was fine. Like usually stuff like this, like you don't know me too long, right? Back in the day, um this would have been so bad for me because I don't know, just sort of like the world belief system I formed when I was young essentially told me that if I spill something or do something like this, I'm like so stupid. Like I could have known. I'm like so stupid. I'm like the stupidest person on earth. Um, I'm reckless because I could have known, but I just didn't think hard enough because I'm reckless. I'm like it would have meant so many negative things about myself. It would have meant that essentially I'm a bad person because I spilled something. Um, but it was, and I knew logically a bit that this was like too much, but it just, I couldn't really do something against it. Like, I just felt like absolute shit. But today, it was like, I don't know what happened. And I just looked at the situation, like the whole splash thing. And I was like, no way, like, no way this happened right now. And I picked up the phone because like nobody's gonna believe me how like how big the mess is. Like no way the window has a splash on it. No way the freaking like what do we like the grapefruit we have outside has like coffee on it now. No way the entire floor has coffee on it. No way my hair, my top, my trousers have coffee on it. The entire like the lower cabinet it like spilled down has coffee on it. Everywhere's coffee. Like on that side wall, on this side wall, on the window, on the floor, on me entirely. Like everything is full of coffee. And I don't know, because I thought it's so comical. Like it was so comical. Like I really like in the moment I thought like, oh fuck, I guess I could have known. But at the same time, like, damn, like this did a huge splash. And then I don't know, I just cleaned up the whole thing. And that was it, sort of. Like, it's. I don't know, like, the only thing I was, like, sort of thinking was, like, okay, like, I'm not gonna do that again. Like, lesson learned. And that's sort of it. Like, it didn't mean, like, all of these, like, negative things about me anymore. And I don't know, that's just really. Like, it really shows me how far I've come, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I'm really happy with that. Mm, and what else? Yeah, I agree. Like, all of this shame is so unnecessary. Like, there's things you can feel shame about, right? But just being a normal human who like does a mistake sometimes. I don't know. I just think it's like really, I don't know, I'm really glad that I can, I guess, I don't know, it's so much easier, you know, to handle a negative situation if you don't make it as big. You know what I mean? Like back then, because it meant so many negative things, right? It was like a really huge situation for me, and it was a really huge thing. And like even the moment like so first of all, because it meant that much, um it was way harder to handle the situation. But even if I handled the situation, it didn't let me, like, the emotions, like I couldn't let them go. And today it was just, I don't know, if you don't have these like huge implications because of that, it's like so much easier to handle the situation. Like, I don't know, like back then, if something like this happened and there were like friends around or something, or like my husband or whatever, like I would, because I would be so bothered on my own, it could sort of like, how do I say this? Like, I could turn like a, I don't know, like resentful or like angry towards the other person really quick. Because it was like in that moment it was because of me, but because it meant so much, if there was any person I sort of like could, like, which could have something to do with that, I would be angry towards that person as well. um and I don't know, because socially you can't be angry that much on a person because of something like this. It would sometimes be like sort of this like suppressed anger. So it's, I don't know, it's like a really really hard situation, I feel like, um which isolates you from the other people even more. And now I have like, something like this happens and I have space. Like I'm not over the window of tolerance. I'm comfortably in it. Like I don't turn like I'm maybe like frustrated in that moment of thinking, oh god damn it, like that's Jesus Christ, it's everywhere. But I'm still a safe person because I'm well regulated. Like I have my emotions under control. Like it's fine. Like if there would be a kid around me, if there would be like my husband around me, like a dog or whatever, like it wouldn't even matter. Like I just would be a safe person for that person too. Like I wouldn't be the person who's then like blaming, shaming another person. I won't be the person who's like, I don't know, like throwing this like big old like anger tantrum where it's like the people around you are like getting scared or something, you know? I'm not a person you need to be like, you need to worry about in that moment. That they like turn on you, because like, I don't know, if people turn like panicky and have like these big emotions, are like really frustrated or whatever, like even though it's like directed towards themselves, it makes them like an unsafe person for the other people, right? Because if somebody is like out of their window of tolerance, it's like they are not safe. Like their logical thinking is less and their empathy is less and all of that stuff, right? So they're definitely like a less safe person than a person who's like well regulated. Um and yeah, so I'm like, I don't know, I'm just really happy that I'm safe now, sort of. Because it doesn't only mean that I'm safe for other people, right? But that I'm also safe for myself. But definitely, the counter probably drank more than me. But I didn't make new one. Like, I was like, well, gonna eat a little bit more cereal, whatever. So, it is not only you. Some people feel sharp and more alive when their mind is engaged. Learning gives your brain a sense of progress and reward, which boosts confidence and energy. When nothing new is happening, your mind shifts into idle mode, and that can feel like laziness, even when it's just a lack of stimulation. You thrive on curiosity and mental movement, so your mood naturally rises when you grow and discover. Yes and no. Yes, I agree with you. In general, definitely. I also like FYI, I just wanted to come back to this because I felt like it's a really good message. Definitely, you're absolutely right. For me specifically, it's the weird thing is that I'm not doing something new, you know? I'm also not learning something new. Like the moments I feel like these are moments where I don't learn anything in mental health. It can still be that I meanwhile, learn Blender, like learn 3D printing, learn like a bunch of other things. But it's just that I don't learn anything in like psychology or mental health. And then it's like, so I don't know. It's like, honestly, like it's a funny situation with me. I don't know. But there's just that topic of like mental health and psychology is just like, I guess more important to me than other. Like, it's not only mental health and psychology, it's like really sort of like how to live a good life, like how to be happy, how to be a good human, maybe more in general, sort of like really to become better as a person. Um, Instead of just like, I feel like when I learn like something like Blender or like FDM printing or whatever, it's it doesn't make me a better person. Like it's sort of like buying material things. Like it doesn't really change my character or make my character better than before. Um so I guess that's the difference for me. So finding motivation is really hard, that's true. I call it creative juices. Okay, I'm usually actually um I have so many ideas. I have like 20 or 25 ideas on the backlog, like creative ideas specifically. Minimum. Minimum 20, probably like 25, 30. Um, yeah. Like if anybody doesn't have hobbies, I have some. Like I can give you hobbies. No problem. Like well, it's my hobbies then, but like, just in case. Like there's so many things I want to do. That's why then like finding motivation to doing the healthy things is actually hard because there's so many fun things I like have motivation for. But doing the healthy thing of like reading is like, But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's also just because I was like exhausted. So I'm not like quite sure. Strawberry slices shortcakes. By the way, if you have any good recipes, Grumpy, send them in the Discord in the cooking channel. Please. Please, please, please. Would be absolutely amazing. And hi Fluffy, how are you doing by the way? Welcome, welcome. Why are you using that emoji? Like, is the doom plan already dooming? When something goes wrong and you stay calm instead of sinking into dark thoughts, that is real growth. You showed a gentle strength by seeing the mistake without turning it into a reason to attack yourself. Proves you can be responsible without being cruel to your own mind. Small moments like this teach you that you are safe to be human. I'm proud of you for choosing peace, softness, and self-respect, even when things got messy. Thank you, Grumpy. That's really well written, by the way. That's like, it's so well written that I'm a tiny bit suspicious because if I feel like it could be a quote from a book or something. Like it's really well written. I don't know. But yeah, it's, I don't know. I feel like it's so nice when you have those moments after you've been worse because it feels so empowering, you know? Like it's like, damn, I did change. Like, look at me now. Like, woo! The dooming is that I had to work the last 3 days and just couldn't today, so I just called that I don't come today. So what is the dooming part about that? Like, are you sick or are you just like just couldn't like what? I am not entirely sure what you're trying to tell me. Sorry. Life is one big open book. Is it an open book though? Like I feel like it's, well, maybe if it's a big open book, true. Fluff sorry, not Fluffy. Fluffy in a second. Pandas, by the way, I don't know if you heard before, but I was also sort of like asking like how you've been doing. So, because we haven't heard much from you since the last time. Like, not since the last stream, I mean, but since the last, like, since the big discussion. I live in a smut novel, hopefully. Well, I mean, you know, you can always make it a smut novel. Like, it's just. Just need to find the right people, I guess. Be on the right, I don't know, websites. I feel like shit. Oh, way too stressed and before I get sick, I stop. That's good. That's healthy. Doesn't sound good with the stress part. Do you remember last time, Fluffy, when we talked about it, that I was sort of like giving the remark of like, I hope you have enough times where you sort of like chill and like have like a step back, you know, from this whole situation. You said that you like this is only in like short bursts, and that's why you sort of like you automatically get like a break. Was that different now? Like, is that why the last 3 days have been like extra stressful because the break was hard because you have been working like for the past 3 days in a row, or did something else happen where the past 3 days have been significantly stressful? Mm. Did they do anything at the vet? Like, did they say anything? I hate to have the emergency services at work, and I just had it 3 days in a row. Can't today, not gonna lie. What are the emergency services at work? Why, like, is that like you being the emergency service, or is that like the like ambulance coming to you guys to work because somebody needs them, or like, or is it just like extra support for the business? Okay, so like these emergency, why have they been at work 3 days in a row? Like, what's been going on? Like, that seems like like I thought you work in like how you call it again in English? Um what do you call it in English? Caretaker, no. Um I don't know the word in English for it, but like I thought you've been like caretaking like in the, no, it's not caretaking, it's, well, it's sort of caretaking. Um Hä? What's the word for it in English? Is the word caretaking? No way. I don't know, but like caretaking on like teenagers or like young adults and stuff like this, kids. Disability assistance. Okay, so is that what I think you were doing? I thought it's more like mental health and sort of like, and disability, but more into the mental health direction? Or is it more into the uh disability? And is it actually with like teens or? They said nothing at the vet, so I guess I'm fine. My body is just doing its mysterious tribute to the moon and making life dramatic for no reason. Double diagnosed disability. Oh, that's, so they've double diagnosed? What is a double diagnosed disability, bro? I don't know any of that. I'm like, so it's like, like, why is like, so like, why does it matter if a disability is like diagnosed twice? Is it the same disability? Do they have like two diagnoses for a disability? So they have two disabilities? Or like what? Aside from that, I'm living the usual routine between work, chores, shopping, and taking care of my cats. I do a lot to keep myself going, and I'm managing well, even with my chaotic lunar sacrifice moment happening in the background. I'm struggling slightly with we were talking about your cat having an issue at the vet, right? Because you say, so I am fine. You could have a disability with, I don't know, walking because of your body, but the double part comes in if you're like on an IQ 60. And because of that, you have the disability with walking? Or is that a thing? That you can have like a hard time walking because like as an intelligence issue? Because it seems like something we just automatically do. Like I never thought about how it maybe takes like sort of like this like I don't know, like doing this like motion of like all of these different things, like pulling the one leg and then this side, noticing how you like wiggle like this and then adjusting that and all of that. Ah, okay, yeah. So, but so you don't want to share why well, anyways, it doesn't matter too much actually. But like, has there been something which is also like mentally impacting with the emergency services being there? Like, is it not just the inconvenience of these people being at the like office and you having to sort of like handle them, tell them all of like what they want to know? But is it also that like the fate of a patient or something was influenced, which is sort of like weighing you down? Yeah, that's why I was sort of like, actually, like, I'm just not gonna, like, it doesn't matter anyway, and that's not like really what I want to know. So I'm rephrasing. I'm honestly really thankful that I don't have any like major disabilities because honestly, our world is like really shit with helping people like this to like a really normal life. So I don't know, like while I do think it's sort of like putting you in contact with like topics which other people might um just sort of miss, sort of like if you have like a mental health issue once you are in therapy and stuff like this, you sort of like you learn a bunch about it and are maybe like even more resilient than a person who like has never been in therapy because they didn't need to as well. But like you have sort of like you've gone through the process of dealing with problems and now you're sort of empowered that you can deal with those problems. So I guess sort of like this also comes with like any type of disability that you like learn to overcome like specific problems and then you're empowered to be able to overcome any of them like in that area. But at the same time, it's just, I don't know, there's like so many disabilities where you just like can't really overcome the problem, but you can only like walk around it. And some of those workarounds are just, I don't know, like keeping you back from things other people like can choose to do or not do, and you can't. And I think that's, I don't know, like sometimes I feel like, oh damn, like I'm like so tiny, like I would have never like the chance of me becoming like a basketball pro player or something are like not there or something. But at the same time, like I could still play basketball because I can walk and shit like this. Like it's like there's like little options like sort of being denied. Um And I feel like once you're disabled in like anything, like have like any major disability, like there is a bunch of things with which are just not really on the plate of options anymore. So that's really annoying. Or hell, while I'm alone there, don't have to strength for another day. Mm. Pick and choose. Yeah. Well, I mean, autism, ADHD, all of this, like, as of now, in the definition of the DSM-5 is a disability. But that's why the like we talked about this in other streams before already, right? So that's why the diagnosis actually is so annoying, and like a lot of people like sort of hate it, because especially if you are on the neurodivergent spectrum, you don't really understand, like people need to tell you that the diagnosis for ADHD or autism or any of that is not a diagnosis for ADHD, autism, or any of that like it's portrayed, but it's a diagnosis if you suffer enough to the point where you should get disability sort of like help from the state under ADHD, autism, or whatever. So you can very well have ADHD and get a negative diagnosis because in your life specifically, you don't suffer enough from ADHD. The same with like autism and those things. So yeah. Doesn't mean ADHD like needs to be um, like a disability where it's like you're disabled in comparison to like a neurotypical person. It's, I don't know, something I personally just sort of like hated. Yeah. Well, I feel like neurotypical persons like also sort of like need to learn with to live with it, right? But I guess it's like just sort of like harder for like how we learn and how life is portrayed and like what type of like representation we have in society to learn to live with it as a neurodivergent person. But yeah, so the diagnosis is not if you have it or not. The diagnosis is if you suffer enough under it or not. Um, so yeah, I feel like that's honestly like personally like I really hate that it's sort of treated like this, because it's just like I don't know. Like I really don't like the picture of it. But I guess it's just I hate the picture of it because we do live in a society where ableism is just so common. And I think in that moment where I don't like it, it's sort of like, yeah, I guess it's sort of like a sign of like recognizing that. Is it actually just recognizing my bias? Sort of like my expectation of society or my. Hmm. Because like with a lot of disabilities, it's like that, right? Like you could be suffering under it, but if your life accommodates for it, or like if you can create a life around you which accommodates for it, and find a way to sort of like integrate your life around it like really well, then it's like you don't have to have like a worse life because of it. But you could. The same like with, yeah, like with like ADHD and autism. Like you could definitely like suffer under it, like suffer under having it. Like with both of those things, it can be like really isolating. It can be that you can't like properly work because of it, or that you can't do a lot of the things we like usually do, and which is sort of like necessary for like a really like healthy life. For example, like I don't know, like just taking part in like society. Um, which I guess is the same for like if you were to see somebody like in a wheelchair, it's like I don't know, like they don't necessarily have to have a worse life because of it. Like maybe they have like really good friends which are like helping them with stuff. They have like a really good apartment where like everything is accommodated for this. They have also like the apartment itself is like accommodating for it, and they sort of like integrated their life around it in a way where it's actually not really like there's nothing they like miss or whatever. Um, so yeah, it's like I guess it's like a weird situation, right? Because I guess as a neurotypical person, but I wouldn't like with mental health as well, like it can like hit everybody, right? So like, but yeah, I guess depression is like also like a um hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I really don't like the word of it. I feel like the word disability for me really sort of like it's a really literal way um of like you can't do that or this or whatever. Where it's like with I don't know, with somebody who like can't walk, like calling it a disability seems like more reasonable to me because like yeah, like you can't walk and like nothing will change the fact that you can't walk. Um but you don't like need to suffer under it, and that's like I see that sort of like in separate categories. Whereas like for ADHD where it's something like mental, I'm like especially well, I guess yeah. It's like also something you can't like fix, right? Like you will always like it's something you have from birth. Like you can't overcome it or anything. Like you have it, but you just adjust your life around it, and there's always gonna be some situations where you personally really suck. Um, but you can just, I guess, like more easily maybe than with a person who can't walk, adjust your life around like not being in, like not putting yourself in those situations where you suck. Yeah. I feel like I just don't like the word disability because it sort of like implies that you're just not able to do that. Where I feel like with a lot of disabilities, if you get like, if you get the right adjustments, like if your situation, like you can adjust the situation to a point where you actually can do like a lot of the things neurotypical people can do. And I just feel like I hate the word disability because it seems like there's nothing you can do about it. While there is something you can do about it, it's just like, it just takes more effort. Yeah. I feel like if I would see it as like different ability in terms of like like disabilities, like in my like sort of like understanding of the language, more like non-ability or like not working ability, like, well, like you don't have that ability. Um, like the different abilities, like, yeah, like that makes sense. And it like different ability describes like how you need to like change the situation to fit you. While I feel like disability for me personally describes how you're just fucked in that specific, like there's nothing people can do about it. Like it's just like, it's like over for you in that point. I don't know. Hi Jolly. Welcome, welcome. And hi Raven. I'm glad you two are here. I hope you've been doing well. It changes depending on how society is set up too. Yeah, definitely. I feel like maybe like I'm not sure if it's like if I necessarily hate the word disability because of the societal implications of it, of the word, or if it's just one of those moments where I'm like really literal. Um so I'm not entirely sure. You've been busy with your studies at university. How is it going with those studies? If you say you're busy, is it busy in like a good way? Where you get like good returns or whatever? Or like, that exactly my point. It comes with a prejudgment stigma to it before you even giving that person a chance to even live their life or trying to prove a point. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's why sort of like I really don't like the word of disability. And like that's why like when Fluffy was actually saying like, oh, like, yeah, like ADHD is officially a disability. And I was like, yeah, like in the DSM-5, like ADHD, autism, all of that is a disability, but I actually hate that. And then I thought about, yeah, well, actually, like just how like I phrase why I hate that ADHD is called a disability, because I'm like, well, you like have it all your life and it's only called ADHD actually if you like suffer under ADHD enough that it's like disabling to you. But if you like sort of like evolve your life around it in a very specific way and adjust your situation, you could technically have ADHD but be diagnosed negative because you don't suffer enough under it. While I personally see ADHD as sort of like the um as that thing, you like your brain is just different from birth and like it's never going to change. Like, you always had ADHD and you always will have ADHD, while your suffering under ADHD can change because you can do something about it. And yeah, I was like, well, I guess with like having like not being able to walk, I do see the word disability. But then again, I sort of like connected the dots to the ADHD situation. I was like, well, but it doesn't mean that the life of that person is worse just because they can't walk. Like, you can build a life where it really doesn't matter if you can't walk or not. So it's essentially, it doesn't matter if it's ADHD or you're actually not being able to walk. Like, both of those things, you can't do anything about it. And you will have, but you can do something about the suffering and you can minimize the suffering of it. Because you can adjust the situation to your different abilities. So I really like calling it different abilities. But yeah, I just really hate calling it disabilities because it seems so finite. Like, it seems like the suffering is fixed. Like, you will always suffer under it. Where I feel like this, I don't know, I don't feel like that's the thing we should take away from this. And I feel like that's sort of like also part of ableism, right? Because it just implies that the life of a person with a disability is just gonna be worse than the life of a person with no disability, which doesn't need to be the case. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Like, if you were to like go that way where you're like, okay, this disability is making life worse than the life of a normal person, and that's why your life is essentially like less worth, then like, where do you end? Like, there's really no end to this. Like, you could always stretch it a little further. Like, yeah, so I don't know, like, I really hate the word disability, I think. But I don't like, is the word necessarily, is it just how society is seeing it, or is that really what the word means? Like, literally. Like, what does the word disability mean literally? Yeah. No, it definitely, the word literally means without that power, skill, or whatever. Well, but it just says without. It is, so technically it, because that, like, walking disability, like, yeah, you're like without the power of walking. Doesn't mean your life is worse. ADHD without the power of with concentration and whatever. Yeah. Damn. So it's definitely, damn. Yeah, exactly. Like, your life can suck ass because you're poor. You can also actually live in a like you can be like there's people who are poor who still have a good life. Who like maybe live like in a third world country where they earn like nothing, right? But they sort of have a house and they're like happy, you know? Where it's like if you're poor in like, I don't know, America, you fucking die. So um yeah. And that's like also like majorly impacting your life. So exactly, like if you start to compare life in terms of like ability and implying like quality of life to ability, and then implying worth to quality of life, it gets dark real quick. So what did I now just uncover? Like, did I uncover... I just sort of uncovered how... this like more like deeper sort of like common ableism in our society, right? I just got some privilege. My grandma brought me pudding. That's amazing. That's actually that's serious privilege right there. Like abolish billionaires. Abolish billionaire jolly. Billionaire of pudding. Grandma pudding even. That's too good. I was diagnosed with ADHD. I was diagnosed with dyslexia. I don't need to get tested to know I have autism. I also was diagnosed with the gay from a young age. Yeah. I still haven't been diagnosed with autism. We still haven't properly talked about it. I'm not sure if I'm actually gonna get the diagnosis because, yeah, I'm not... At the moment, I'm not quite suffering too much under it. So, yeah, it's weird. I don't care about the word so much, not gonna lie. But if you're debuffed in life, then you're disabled, or any other words you would choose for it. Yeah. But it's like, yeah, I just... Okay. So I guess in that sense, I just sort of... I guess honestly, I sort of like uncovered like the ableism which was still like in my worldview. Not necessarily on others, but just what I expect from the world. That I don't like when people call like ADHD and autism disability, because I don't like how it's implied, how it implies less ability in like normal life and not only in like very specific situations. Where it's probably like, yeah, like the same for I don't know, like people can't walk and are in a wheelchair, which I then like always faced with this like implied thing of like, oh well, but you probably like can't party, or like you probably can't, I don't know, are not like the fun person to go shopping with or whatever, or you probably can't actually, yeah, have kids. Like that's out there. Like that's so annoying. It's like there's so weird comments always about the sexual abilities of people with disabilities that I'm like, I get it that people are curious, but are you... Ask ChatGPT. Just ask ChatGPT. Why do you have to ask an actual person? This is like, you don't even know them. They're like randoms on the internet. This is so weird. I don't know. Also, for usually all disabilities, it's like it's really depending on the person. Damn, and so I don't have the skills you're putting right now. Exactly. Oh, okay. Yes, that's fine. Mm. Okay, I read this now. Can I um like can I answer to this in stream? Or like no. It's like totally fine if you just say no. I don't know, I just sort of like want to make sure. Like I do realize that it's sort of implied. But I mean like just to make sure you know, I mean like in stream now like talking about it. So just because like you sent this to me privately, right? So I want to make sure that you like that it's like okay. Cool take. Disabled people are way more empathetic in general. I definitely like. I don't I think it's like one of those like biological things, right? But it's exactly the thing I was mentioning before. Like at the beginning when we started talking about this, I brought up how like for example the like people with like mental health issues, right? Because when they are once they are in therapy, because they're faced with these mental health issues and because they are sort of like because their need to overcome these is like way higher than like for regular people, right? um they are then empowered by having solved that issue and then have the power to solve issues like these, right? So I feel like because you are faced with people being not empathetic and with people being like ableistic, able disableist, able, I don't know, like huh? Racism and racist, ableism, ableist. Is that a thing? I don't know. But because you're faced with this, you sort of have to, like, it's more of a necessity for you to like actively put effort into this topic to overcome it. And I feel like that leaves you with the this like this empowerment because now like you have the power to like overcome these things or like you've had the power to overcome these things and now you have like proper answers and proper like a proper moral compass and like this stuff figured out of what is like good and bad and stuff like this. You know what I mean, sort of. I most likely have dysgraphia. That's why I don't study languages law. You wanna explain to me what that necessarily is, or should I Google? Ah, okay. You explained actually. I like languages, but I can't write correctly for shit. Luckily, I'm good at sciences. I don't like languages. I've always been bad. I don't know. I don't know if I have anything like dysgraphia or whatever. I just know that I really suck with languages. I always like bumble jumble the words together, and it's so hard for me actually. I essentially speak a mix of all the languages I know, and that is the language I speak. I speak communication. I don't speak languages. It's so hard. All right, Grumpy Palace. Yes, yes. Just remind me, all right? Especially in your mother language. Oh, that sucks. Oh, okay. Okay, I feel like I might, I think I don't have that. I just like, I don't know, I just miss words sometimes. But I feel like that could maybe be like it was one of those like ADHD symptoms, but yeah. It's just, I don't know, sometimes I just leave out words. Sometimes I make up new words. Um, Sometimes I just say the wrong words or write the wrong words because I was seeing something different in that moment. So I had like a sentence in my mind I'm saying, but while I was saying the sentence, I looked at like a glass or something, and then I just say a different word for a word in that sentence, and then you don't get it anymore, but I don't realize it happened. And then you look at me like, huh? And then I look at you like, are you stupid? And then you say like, raspberries? And I say like, what do you mean? And then you're like, then you repeat my sentence. I'm like, no shit, I said that, right? Like you're bullshitting me. um, yeah. And then sometimes I just miss like small words like the or like I don't know, that kind of stuff. Um, yeah, I don't know. I write the words completely wrong a lot of the times. Mm, okay, that's annoying. I can imagine. But thankfully, there's a lot of autocorrect nowadays. At the same time, sadly, the autocorrect is a lot of the times really shitty. I sometimes have the problem that if there's like some words are weird to me, and the more I look at those words, the more I confuse myself. Do you know what I mean? Do you have that too? Or is it just like from the first moment on, like completely weird? Like for me, it's like the longer I like think about how that word is actually written, the more I mess it up. Like I confuse myself to the point where it could have a different front letter. Like it's so hard to, I don't know, I just question everything at some point. Like in the beginning it's only like if the O is first or the E is first, and in the end it's like, but does God exist? So yeah. It's really, I don't know, it's worse the longer I look at it. But what is the most annoying part about this graphia? What do you think? Is it in like work context? I could imagine that it's like really annoying. But at the same time, in work context, you can probably like a lot of the stuff is like online, right? So you can probably use a lot of like autocorrect. So maybe that's not the most annoying part. Your internet died? Yikes. Welcome back though. Raven, by the way, how are you doing? You didn't say. No mental health check-in from your side. I mean, it's okay if you don't want to. I just wanted to make sure that you know we're interested. That reminded me of a beautiful documentary called The Painter and the Thief. Really? What is that documentary? Is it about like an art thief or? So it's mostly a problem with exceptions to rules and stuff. I just can't remember no matter how hard I try. Oh, okay. That's annoying. I just like I actually don't know if I could have remembered if I tried harder. I just know that I was really, really, really shitty in Latin. Like Latin from first year I had it to last year, I was every year on the verge of like failing class because of it. Yeah. No. No. I would have I feel like man. I love it when you guys make clips because I it's like I can't make clips while I'm like doing the stream, right? Like I just like I'm in mid sentence. I can't like then stop and like, okay, where's the whatever? And it's it's like I'm always like sort of like, please everybody make clips, please. But now Twitch is denying me that that beautiful life. Sad. I mean, beautiful is a weird word though. But I think you sort of have it right, like without the second L, but like, yeah, right? Oh. Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Maybe? Bro, you can't ask me stuff like this. Once I like look at it, I'm like, is it? I just, I can't anymore. I can't even tell you if it's correct. Like now it looks weird. Like in the beginning it didn't look weird and I was just like maybe like like not maybe but like the second L is like wrong, but like apart from that it looks right. And now that I wrote it myself and was like actually like is that how you write it? It looks so weird. Yeah, big up house against you. It's really like that. Like honestly, it's I don't know. We're getting paranoid here. Oh, by the way, I made crocodiles. I 3D printed crocodiles and I made 2 of them because I was testing something. The thing I was testing, let me actually quickly check. It made it worse, actually. Yeah, it made it worse. It ruined the detail. Anyways, but look. Rawr! 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 What? Not my face. Look. Like, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now I have 2. And then we started painting some stuff. And so far, this guy is painted like this. Not finished yet, but like... It looks so cool, I think. I love it. It's not one we printed. We bought this one. This is a printed one, but it's like from like old settings, so you can like really see the layer lines. Like an orc woman. Started painting this guy. It's like an octopus, whatever person. Obviously purple. And then I printed this mimic. And I don't know if you can see, but the like detail is actually really nice. On the front part. On the back part is entirely fucked up. Don't look at it. Then I started and cancelled a crocodile. That's why I now have this. And then I made this. And then all of the like tiny imps. I've made like 5 of these now for like the testing. So, yeah. It just doesn't make sense to me. Some stuff has 2 L's and others have like 2 T's and others don't. Yeah. You were really close, yeah. It was only the like second L, but that's it. I mean, I do agree that beautiful, like full is, it's like full beautiful, beautiful. I have a full glass of water, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, you technically say it like, I guess you say like beautiful, and you don't say beautiful, but you say beautiful. So there's no like the L is pronounced shorter as when you say like give me a full glass of water, please. Like a full glass. Yeah, there's like a slight difference, but it's really really tiny. At the same time, there's some words which are just pronounced like entirely differently. It's a horror show. There was, I don't even remember any right now. It's about this Norwegian painter. I sent her name on Discord, whose art was stolen, yet instead of breaking, she kept creating. What amazed me most was how their friendship grew from that moment, built on trust, empathy, and quiet strength. They saw each other clearly, not as victims or heroes, but as people who rise after being hurt. That honesty shaped one of the most beautiful friendships, a bond born from shared resilience and gentle understanding. Which friendship? The friendship between the thief and the painter? I hate mimics with a passion. I love mimics. I love mimics. I had the most amazing D&D campaign moment with a mimic where I had like I did like a one shot for the people from Zach's work. So we had like 8 people or something on the table, 8 players, all newbies, right? So the perfect victim for my mimic door. And they were like, you hear screaming from the inside from this like little girl they were like looking for, or like little boy, I don't even remember, I don't know. And they were like, I rushed to the door and I like oh my god, no, actually it wasn't like they just opened it, but she wanted to hear at the door. So she like rushed to the door, did this, and I was like, you are now stuck to the door. Give me your armor, please. Rolling dice. So she was stuck to that door. And then there were like 7 people around, like trying to hit that door, but that door had cover because she was standing right in front of it, being entirely stuck to the door. It was amazing. It was amazing. I can only recommend. Love it. Love it. Never had so much fun. The faces of this group of 8 people being like, one of y'all is now face first stuck on that door, which has like 1,000 teeth and 10 eyes, and is like slowly chomping down on your friend. Hilarious. It looks like a gargoyle, not an imp. Yeah. Well, I didn't make the 3D model. I think it's like fairly alright. I do see the recollection to gargoyles, but to be fair, gargoyles do sort of look like tiny devils, so. The Thief and the Painter. They had a friendship. Crazy. Wild. You know the two-sided mimic story? Really just a great place? No, I actually don't. Did you know a corpse is classified as an object? So a very small mimic can learn to disguise itself as a corpse. Oh my god. I love that. I also recently saw a 3D model for a pancake mimic or a heart-shaped bed mimic or a canoe mimic. Imagine your friends are like sort of like looking for a boat, like walking around, like next to a river, right? And then there's just this like old canoe tied up. And they like get in, and in that moment it's still a canoe. And then like they start going to the middle of the like river, and then the mimic is like rah. That would be so cool. So cool. Oh. Audiobook when please. Oh my god, I would make an audiobook. I'm serious. I like reading out loud. I feel like I don't know. I like listening to audiobooks. And I just like reading things out loud. I don't know. I actually already had multiple talks with ChatGPT, which books are sort of like on topic and I could read and stream. To be fair, there's the amount of like public domain books is slim. A lot of them are really old. Like we could read like Freud or something, but I'm like, I don't know. Like, do I want to read them out loud? I don't know. Let's start small with Yuri stuff for a friend. But is that like public domain? It's about an adventurer that was trapped in a dungeon and he gave his last food to a mimic and waited for his death. But the mimic transformed into different objects to help him escape. But the part of the mimic was also written out. Oh, that's so beautiful. Oh, that's really beautiful. That's so cute. I love that. Yeah. U-boat mimic. Just wait till you're like close to the bottom and then what you gonna do, huh? I had to run for a bit. My coworker is convinced our computer is haunted. Well, I did have those moments too. I think the computer of my mom might actually be haunted. The problems my mom is having with her computer are unreal. Like they should not be existent or legal. I don't know how she does it, but she does. And I know that I have her like cursed touch, definitely. Because I always have problems where Zach, as an IT person, is like, I have never seen that happen before. And it will never happen to a person except you. Yeah. I don't know where to even look when it comes to audio. It's a new world to me. Well, like technically I do have like podcasts, But to be fair, I have like one in English. Like I wanted to make more, but then I just didn't get to it anymore. But I already have like new. I had like the other night when I was trying to sleep, I had like a really really cool podcast topic, and it motivated me so much to make a podcast. And I was thinking already like how I would make that and stuff like this. And at the same time, I was like, oh, I need to write that down. But then I was like, I'm like so cuddled up already. I don't want to. And it's like a really good idea. And I already thought about it so much. Like, I'm not going to forget it, right? And I fell asleep being like, I'm not going to forget it. It's fine. Like, don't be so paranoid. Like, you don't forget stuff. I forgot it. I did forget it. Yeah. But how are you doing, Raven, by the way? You know what I like to do? I want to play a D&D campaign as a mimic. That would be cool. Today I saw a 3D model of a tiny mushroom bard. And I love it, in fact. I absolutely love it. Yeah. Doing alright. Monday morning at work, so good as it can be, I guess. I'm like, I get what you mean, but at the same time, let's think about this for a second. What this means, right? Because essentially, what we say in our society with that is Monday mornings at work always suck for everybody. And it's definitely a more common truth. I definitely agree. Like, I can absolutely relate. At the same time, it's sort of like this thing of like it always sucks. Like you can't do anything so it doesn't suck. Like there is no possibility or reality where Monday morning doesn't suck. Which is actually sort of low-key harmful because it makes us not look for possibilities on how to make our Monday morning better, no? And hi Nagani, welcome. Hearing D&D? Yes. We were talking about mimics actually quite a lot. And I was showing all my 3D printed minis and all of that. Work sucks, but it's alright besides that. For it not to suck, I would be home in bed. Well... Does any work always suck? Like, I feel like back then when I was working in IT, it was like... I don't know, it didn't always suck. Like, some days sucked for sure. And definitely, like, more days sucked than not. Because I, like, just recently then got my, like, chronic headache. And I was working 2 jobs. So it was like... Definitely I was more, like, overwhelmed and exhausted on a daily basis. But I don't know, like, my colleagues were kind of nice. And it was really fun talking to them in the breaks. And there's like coffee and like cocoa, cocoa. Wait, cocoa. No, how you say COCOA? How do you say that? Cocoa. Well, I don't know. Anyway, so that machine was really amazing. So I don't know. It was sort of like fun sometimes, you know. Coco. Okay. That sounds dangerous to your body. Well, I got chronic headache from it, so probably was. Thankfully, I didn't work like 2 full-time jobs. Like I was working 35 hours at the one job, and I think like 15 or 20 or something at the other. So I was still working like a lot. Like, don't get me wrong, but at least not like 2 full-time jobs. Yeah. Yeah. I ended up fainting from exhaustion. My body couldn't handle it, especially since I was making up hours during my days off. Oof. Hmm. I mean, 2 full-time jobs are really insane. I'm glad you're not working 2 full-time jobs anymore, Grumpy. Do you realize that you have anything which sort of stayed from that time because of the stress? So you know a rogue or an artificer mimic would make a lot of sense. But how about a paladin mimic? That would be crazy because they're known for their trickery and not being shield fodder. How about a paladin mimic who's a shield by like eating the person they're shielding, and then they always like in really classical D&D dungeon crawler type style ask money from the person in order to spit them out again, otherwise they will actually eat them. And so everybody is trying actually not to be shielded by the mimic. Um, especially if they can't like if they don't have the money for it. And then at some point along the way, there comes a situation where the mimic is actually like saving a friend, but they don't have any money, and the mimic is then like spitting them out again, and everybody is like you did that? Like I thought you like for sure would eat me. And the mimic is just like, you usually make money quite fast, so next time double the price. I would love that. So basically, a mercenary paladin mimic scum, exactly. Or like a rogue mimic, because like, yeah, like you just like try to find out stuff. Or what about a druid mimic? So you can not only change into like objects, but also into animals. And it's sort of like the mimic next level, you know, like next level mimics. Of now also being able to do like actual like living things. And then they don't have an animal, but they have a person as like a like wild shape. A friend of mine once played a cursed sentient armor, was a sorcerer before the soulbound, and after my character equipped the armor, basically 5 actions per turn because of him. God damn. Didn't even have time to study. House was just an hotel to shower and sleep. Damn. In World of Warcraft, you can't mix paladin with the demonology warlock pad. It's like noob talk for someone who just started playing and spitting nonsense. But that would be crazy. It would basically be a shapeshifter, exactly. That's the fun part about it. mm. How about a... How about a cleric mimic, which turns into the um into the spiritual weapon instead of like, because usually clerics have like a different spiritual weapon, right? What if the mimic turns into the spiritual weapon? Like, what if your player character is turning into the spiritual weapon instead? And it's just like, it's giving like a, like, you treat it like, from combat terms, you treat it entirely the same. So you don't change any of the stats or anything. But just in terms of like storytelling, you treat it as the mimic is the weapon. Um, like maybe the mimic is turning into two objects, and one of them turns into the spiritual, like one of them is the spiritual weapon, and the other one is the mimic themselves. That would be sick. So sentient weapon that swings itself forward. Yeah, for example. Or like, it doesn't need to be a weapon, right? Because like, it can be like, the spiritual weapon can sort of like be anything. Like, for in some campaigns it's just like bugs or whatever. So it could also just be like a swarm of bees or whatever, and then it's like parting in like two. Or like, I don't know, like the mimic turns um into like sentient armor, and the spiritual weapon is also sentient armor, and it's like two sentient armors. But it's like, one is the mimic and the other one is just like the spiritual weapon. Yes. See you, Fluffy. Good luck. Success. Yeah. But playing a mimic seems like fun. Seems cool. I feel like it's really like, I would essentially allow it like, I would use druid rules and instead be like, okay, so you are the mimic, and you like twice, like the wild shape, which is usually the druid thing, is just like switching object. So like, for twice per day or whatever, you can like switch object for an hour. And apart from that, you're like the main object, which you need to like choose beforehand or something. Ooh, that's also sick. Guys, let's come back to mental health again. I was just like, wait a minute, like, this is not what we're usually like talking about. By the way, I need to check for a second what I have here because it's itching so bad. I just ran away from work. Very good, Grumpy. How about I choose a corpse as object of the person I turn into as a druid to trick people into thinking I died and then ambushing them? As object of the person I turn into as a druid. Oh, you mean like if you were to play like the mimic druid and you like for that hour you like turn like, yeah, you could do that. Like, yes. Like, that seems like an amazing idea. Like, this is awesome. Like, yeah. I want to show you guys the dice I have been working on. Since we are already sidetracked, we can also take this to another level. Look. I don't know, like here in the sun, it looks like really cool. You probably like can't properly see that. It's like, how much to the front can I? It's like so cool. It's like the, it's like the Wicked Witch theme. Because there's like a purple flower leaf inside. Like some gold and green. I love it. I haven't finished all of them, so some of them still have like non-painted colors. And this one is not even like properly like clear. This still needs some polishing. Yeah, exactly. The Wicked Witch from Wizard of Oz. That's exactly it. It's this one. And then I made another set, which is so cool. It's like Pride, essentially. So this one is just like rainbow, just like queer in general. Then we have a lesbian. Like it's more like here it starts and then we have gay. And here is bisexual. And then we have the asexual. And then, wait, yeah. And then we have trans. So blue, baby pink, and white or silver. And then we have this one that's not properly cleaned yet, which is non-binary. I love that. It's like first of all, like they like really glitter. I don't know, like I can't like properly show this. But they're so pretty. I love them. They're like so gay. They're like properly gay. They took ages. Like they're not even done yet and they took ages already. And then these. And I love these too. There's videos of those in the D&D general channel, by the way, where it's like where the like glittering really shows. I sent them yesterday, just if anybody's interested. To do dexterity checks, you could use a rod with all the numbers on and drop it, and on whichever number you catch it is what you rolled. So it links your own dexterity to your characters. Oh my god. I mean, I guess like for some people that's like really cool, right? Because some people really like the link between their own skill and their character skill. To some people it's actually like really hard to not link the two together, but for other people they really don't like it because they want to be someone they're not in IRL. And that's like specifically why they love that and why they pick that character. So it's like a really personal thing, I feel like. It's like, I don't know, like I feel like either you love it or you hate it sort of situation. Ooh. Jesus. Depending on the character choice you make. Yeah. But I guess with the dexterity is like one of the like easiest things. Yeah. I do have to say, while we actually see specifically this problem is with wisdom and intelligence and charisma, actually. There's some people who play like really charismatic characters who are just not charismatic and can't think of really charismatic stuff. And then there's people who play like really wise characters who don't remember shit from the past sessions, who are then like, I don't know, really struggling with doing wise things. And then there's people who just like play like really intelligent character, which struggle like with coming up with intelligent ideas. And I don't know, like that's really sad in these moments. Because it's like we have the dice roll for something, right? So essentially you could like come up with whatever and then you roll the dice and the DM makes it smart. But I feel like a lot of people who struggle with this are, if they can't think of something, they just they just don't do anything. Like they don't try to do anything. And then it's just like, this is your main ability and you don't use it, like your character is going to be garbage, you know? So I don't know, like that's bit annoying in those, or a bit like just harder in those situations. So if this Sudoku to roll for intelligence for asset times I roll. Imagine we have to do this IRL. One of those boxing things for strength. What do you mean? You just like the amount of push-ups you can do. Like a dedicated campaign with tests instead of rolls. I think that would be actually like so funny. Like imagine you want to steal something and it's like, okay, did you steal anything from the table? like like steal something now. I play for 2 hours and everyone is just lying on the exhaustion floor. Yep. Yeah. You will learn stuff about your friends you didn't know before. That's guaranteed. It's like deception. You actually have to, like, you don't even roll for it. You just try to bullshit your friend. And if they believe you, it's like you won. And if they don't believe you, well, they just gonna act like they don't believe you then. You want to jump over the table right now? Oh my god. So you also need to, like, furnish your apartment new after this session? I get it. Oh, you know what are we, like, what are we talking, guys, about, people? We're literally just talking about LARPing. Like, have you ever heard about LARP? Or LARPing? This is essentially what we're talking about. Like, this is not actually, like, this is not new or whatever, actually. LARPing is essentially like IRL role playing. Like, there's some festivals and, like, things you can do. So for example, like, our friend was at, like, a LARPing event where they essentially booked, like, a part of a really old train. And everybody needs to come in costume. Everybody gets their character beforehand. And sort of like what their character is supposed to do. So with this, it was sort of like an old science convention. Where somebody gets murdered and then they need to, like, find out who the murderer is. And yeah, like, everybody gets there as their character and they only get the information their character has, and then they just role play IRL their character. And there's some sort of, like, more official tasks. There's also, like, whole events which go, like, over a week, where people literally, like, they go there and they set up a stand where they, like, sell liquor and stuff like this. Like, half of the stuff you can do there is made by the people who go there, because everybody is going there as a character. And if you go there as, like, a merchant, you sell stuff, and then you sell stuff at the place. And I don't know, like, other people go there as, like, a newspaper seller, for example, and then they just invent a newspaper for that event and stuff like this. So yeah. And yeah, there's also, like, indoor LARPing, where it's like you sort of, like, can have a session where, like, I don't know, like, for example, they did, like, I think, like, a pirate thing at home, so everybody's, like, pulling up in the costumes. And I think they had just yeah, he didn't talk too much about the content of that specific thing, but I just know they played, like, gambling games on the table as well, and, like, had drinks, but they also had, like, some type of, like, story or something, where I think, like, the sort of the captain talked to his team and then they had to figure something out or something. Or maybe, like, find the person who's been, like, I don't know, like, talking to the cops or whatever, you know? So yeah. Now, CSCA? What is that? I didn't hear of that part. But yeah. So they also, like, at these big events, they actually also have fights. with like LARP like weapons and stuff like this, and like the fight system is actually like there is sort of like rules and guidance for that a bit more. So I think like I don't know, like 2 or 3 hits on the body and then you like go down and then you need to play like you're dying. And I think like some healer can like pick you up or something. Or like you can patch yourself up like I think like once or twice. But it takes like a certain amount of time and yeah. Like the actually like the this thing with the old train, it was like a science convention, right? That's how much I told. What I didn't tell you guys is that like our friend is actually like a like he studied physics and he has like a does he have a doctor? No, I think he has a master in physics. No, did he finish his doctor in physics? I don't know. He has a master or doctors. And like a bunch of the people who like were there actually were from his studies as well, like also like masters or doctors in like math, physics, stuff like this. And so they actually like had speakers for this science convention. And the topic you should make was on something which is like futuristic, but you should make it as believable as possible. That being made by those people, right, who are like really into math, really into physics, must have been so believable to like normal people. Like those presentations, like I actually would love to see his because I feel like he could absolutely make me believe it's real. For sure. Yeah. Like honestly, like there's like LARPing things where like you're supposed to like go with a troop to pick up some whatever and then like there's people waiting there like ambushing you um in the forest, you know. So and then you like yeah you have like medieval armor, you have like special like larp weapons where they don't hurt, you know. So it's like really you like have all of these clothes, all of these like you really try to look like the setting. Like some of these people really have like their presentation, let's say, like what they like the clothes they have and stuff like this are worth like multiple hundred of euros, like multiple. But yeah. Your tent actually on these conventions also needs to be like an old tent because they tried also you're not allowed to have your phone out. Like it's without phone. You need to have like a this like big like old tent and stuff like this. Like everybody's really like it's by rule you need to like fit the picture to not break the immersion. Yeah, Panas, how you doing? What's going on? What do you want to know? Or like what do you want to ask? Boop. Fighting like MMA. Okay. That's not how real they make it. But maybe there's 100% there's like events like this where that's part of it where you can sign up for this. I think. Yeah. I think that it exists definitely. No. Doesn't surprise me. Okay. I haven't heard of it here. Gotta check if that's, I don't know, if that exists. But it's definitely probably like really cool to watch. Like one of those like old like horse tournaments with this like thing they have, like with this long stick, whatever. Oh, that's what you do. I thought this like, I don't know, like what Jolly is describing is less with rules and more with like, I don't know, like back in the old days, like who wins. I thought like the thing you do is more like a proper, like there's like proper rules to this and stuff. But how are you all doing in terms of mental health? Because we are going, like, we're getting sidetracked again right now. Are some people in full plate armor? Yeah. I also know a few like LARP things, but it's more like this like very guided, ruled combat, not actual combat. Yeah. I guess that's smart to have like some rules. Yeah. I've seen a uh meme clip, GIF, whatever, recently, where I think like Thai boxer was like surrounded by people of his like Thai boxing club, and it was one of those things where there's um like part of it is an actual house, and then there's a part where there's like only a roof. But there was this like big, like this big, like tree pillar sort of like holding the roof. And he then like did a leg punch to the pillar and it just actually broke. And people were like, oh shit. Because they didn't think it's like possible. Yeah, like just I don't know, like a really I don't know how you call it, but like a really regular sort of like leg swipe on like I don't know, like head height maybe. Yeah. Yeah, one of those things where they do like a make like a 360, you know? Like one of those kicks, and it's like not at the like floor or whatever, but it's like on head or like upper body height. But you I think it's like head height usually. Um yeah. Yeah, roundhouse kick. That seems like a good name for this. Um yeah. So he tried doing that. He didn't like go through the like wooden pillar, right? Because like he didn't. But he did like the pillar was like this big, right? And it was like standing tall before, and then it was like literally like the upper part was like this and the lower part like this, and it was like sort of like still cracking, and people were like, oh, no. Like the roof is like we actually have a problem right now because like we didn't believe this would be that much of an impact. Because well, there's a roof attached to it, right? And the pillar is sort of like necessary. Ooh. The greatest rule of them all comes to play: never let yourself be surrounded. Surrounded. Oof. Yeah, like what against like losing your arm? I will check in again actually with everybody here. Does anybody want to do a mental health check-in? Because I know we're getting like off topic here. And it's like, I don't know, it's like fine if we go off topic once in a while. Like we don't only need to talk about really like serious things. But I just want to encourage everybody that if anybody wants to use the space for this, we definitely like can always go back and talk about mental health things, because that's definitely the priority of this stream. Can you not cut the arm of somebody with a blunt sword? Is it just because it's blunt? Like, how blunt is it? Like, because I'm thinking like it's like one of those like, I don't know, like a butter knife type situation. Like maybe like the other side of the butter knife, you know. But that's like blunt for me. Like it's like entirely not sharp. But is that already blunt enough to actually not have any risk of like chopping somebody's arm off? Hmm. Why are you so stressed out about the decom pains though? Like I thought you sort of like made a commitment with them to sort of start and then do it like regularly once per week. It's sort of like you like it seemed last time like there is sort of like a solution to this. Jesus Christ. Thought you for sure. You absolutely seem like the person who can just rip someone's limb off. Yes, and everybody is pretty hyped about it, and I don't want to disappoint people with it. Like, what if I write it's not good enough for it? isn't fun for them. I mean, how is your style to DM campaigns? Like, let's think of a situation where you like you introduce something and you just notice how everybody's like absolutely not feeling it. So you're in that situation, you have those two people in with like camera or whatever, and it's not like they're like, oh no, and like that way not having it, but they're like really like, oh, like that's like, or like, what? Like, no, like that's like ruining the entire thing. Like, that's not how I imagined the like campaign at all, and that makes like no sense. Like, how would you act in one of those moments? What would happen then? Because like, especially if you like improvise at hand, like what would you do? I mean, if I feel like that they are not feeling it, I would try to end the campaign kind of a quiet way to ease it out. What do you mean you would try to end the campaign in kind of like a quiet way to ease it out? Like you would end the entire campaign, or you would sort of like skip that story arc, or like what can I how can I imagine that here? What? I don't know what you mean with that grumpy. What? So your life is entirely relaxed, or your mental health is really like up and down, or like what? Would end the story out with an easier solution, so maybe the other parts are more fun. I mean, doesn't bring much to jump around a campfire if everybody wants to swim in a lake. So essentially, would you would just like sort of like see the vibe which is going on, and then like adjust, sort of like low key re retrack from the story in a way to like where you like find ways afterwards to to like bring it back to where it's fun to people, right? No. How long is the 1 year still going? Here's just a story to end the part earlier to find a new spot to jump into a more fun part. Okay. So more like really like skipping that part, going to the next one. How about just changing that part? Why is that not an option? To just be like, oh fuck, like they really hate that character. Or like that story hook, so I'm just gonna like switch it up a little bit. Like add another sentence where I make the character like slightly more likable. Or I don't know, like I make him the co-captain instead of the captain now, and like make a different captain. Where it's just like that one's like better. Till December 16 is my ban. I mean, that's soon. That's like super soon, Grumpy. It's like a month. It's how you barely have enough time to like plan your holidays if you wanted to. I mean, it is an option, but some story hooks, not even character hooks, are stuff I planned on using on later for solutions to other parts to like interconnect story beats. Yeah, I get it. Mm. I mean, but like only the thing which actually connects those story hooks needs to be the same. So like there's still like it seems like there's still a lot of like changeability or like adjustability to, because usually it's more like I don't know, maybe that's just me, but when I think about like campaigns, I feel like the only thing where I notice people being like turned off by the campaign is usually about like specific characters. Um or sort of like world building. Like it's more like whenever their like motivation is influenced or they sort of like have to do something they like really don't like doing. Um which is something you can like usually change. Like I don't know, if it's like a key they need to find or whatever. And they like really need to, I don't know, it's like behind this like huge puzzle you made or something. You can like if they're like really bad at the puzzle and like nobody's enjoying it and they're low key getting tilted, you can just like give them tips more easily, you know, so they like get to the key. If it's like a person, for example, you can sort of like change the personality of that person still or give like more context to make them more like relatable, likable, understandable. Um Yeah, exactly. Like sometimes like what a lot of people do as well, especially in like Critical Role, you see that always. Um they always have multiple roles till something really bad happens, I feel like. Um I don't know, like if the whole party's doing a stealth check, it's usually never like, okay, like one of them rolled shit and now there's this huge noise being made. But it's usually those like a thing where it's like he's like you see Angelica like tripping over whatever and being in like what do you do? And then it's like I try to catch her or like I try to like catch the thing and whatever. And then like other people like so there's like a second role being made sort of. Um which is still like influencing the story but making it more like if it then like actually doesn't work, it's more on purpose, I guess. Or it feels with more purpose, like it really shouldn't have been the case, I guess. And at the same time, even if it now works, it's a situation where there's like storytelling around it, or there can be storytelling around it. Um, I don't know. I mean, for example, with this whole like with the Critical Role situation with the like Taconis boy recently, there were like so many roles around this actually. And so many of them failed and it's sort of like I don't know, it still was possible. Though kind of. Yeah. The Oreo cake hack. No. Tell me about it. Send me a link. Is it easy? Only send me a link if it's easy. Um, yeah. But I feel like so what is because I don't like I don't properly understand yet what your fear especially is like why you're stressing yourself out so much about them part like not liking parts of the story. Because if you're one of those people who's like noticing that people don't enjoy like kind of like early and then also able to sort of just adjust their story and stuff around this and take this into consideration, then it's like not really a big deal, no? So where does it turn into a big deal? Is it sort of the like frustration of like I really want to play it this way and even though I of course will adjust, I really would like to play it that way and I would be like disappointed if I can't? Or is it more like even though I still do this and even though I still notice like I'm stressing out that somebody might like lose the connection or motivation to the campaign and actually just sort of like then I'm only left with like one player where it doesn't make sense anymore. And then my campaign sort of got killed. One full pack of 1 cup of milk ratio, blend Oreos into crumbs, mix with milk until batter forms and bake for 20 minutes. If you use soy milk, that becomes vegan or even rice milk. And then Is it like an actual cake? And it's tasty? I'm suspicious. I haven't eaten in a long time, and I really try to make this stuff interesting. But interesting for me doesn't mean others enjoy it like that. I mean, sure, dice games are always a huge open field for opportunities, so I feel I have to prepare for that as well. Hmm. So do you think you're not prepared enough, or that you're more stressed out that your campaign is going into the wrong direction and you like wrote so much stuff, but it's like it's gonna get like sidetracked entirely? No, I'm not suspicious because of the vegan stuff. I'm suspicious because it seems so easy. Hmm. Hmm. Like, let's be honest, the like TikToks I find don't really look too crazy. Have you ever made it yourself? Okay. So like, send me the recipe, whatever I try. Okay, huge baker, I see. So then send me please like all of your easiest and tastiest recipes. Thank you. I mean, I know the two people I play with are huge story nerds. That is why I want to feed them with interworld info as good as I can, but still give them the opportunity to discover stuff for themselves. Especially when you make like your own world for campaign, it's 50-50 gamble if the rules of this world grab someone or not. But I mean, you did like the session 0 and stuff, right? So they sort of like know how the rules of the world, no? You had your own cake business during lockdown? Oh my god, I love that. Damn. That's really cool. Like if you have like I have this like free resources thing, right? I also have recipes and that. Um I would like I don't know, like if you send me the recipes which are like amazing, like if they are from like if they have like a website, a web link, I can add them there. The other thing I can do, I have like a document where I put my own recipes. I could forward you the document. Then you first of all get like all of my and my grandma's and my mom's recipes. Um, but you can also add your own recipes, and then maybe we have like an even greater document. Okay, so they don't know about the world yet. And you really want to start, but you don't know yet if they're like actually in after they heard that part. Like there could be, like they could still be like, nah, doesn't like isn't my thing. So are you then worried that you don't have enough player? Maybe. Or that you won't have enough player? Mm. Hmm. I feel like what? Why is it illegal? So the first thing you can do is you could also, because you told me you would like send me the thing, right? So like first of all, send me the thing. Second of all, but like no stress, I know. Takes preparation. Um but the other thing is you could like send it on the Discord, right? Like I know that Gero also said like he would be down to DM like a session or something. So I don't know if he's like only interested in DMing, but I would rather see it as like he's probably interested in just playing a little bit more D&D. Um. Oh, that. Okay. Okay. Well, that recipe I sadly don't need. I'm not into edibles. I didn't have like a bad experience, but Zach had like a really bad experience. So we're good. We still have candy butter brownies. They are years old at this point. They're frozen, so like they should be fine, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. We just don't use them at all. Yeah. um, but yeah, you could just invite all people in the like and the D&D general channel, and then you might have a few more people interested. One small cake effect can last like 12 hours. It was that crazy. Oh yeah, like the brownies we had were also too strong. Um, like we bought like a 1 gram or something, and we made like candy butter with it, and then we made like one like 24 or 27-inch form of or is it inch? I have no idea. Normal cake form of brownies. And yeah, like we didn't have like a like on next day we still felt the influence, but it wasn't like this, like I don't know, it was more like you're tired, um not like a like too positive thing. But it was definitely like the like making butter yourself, it's way too well working. Like we really planned with like the efficiency of it being like 50% or something. Nope. That was way more. So I gotta be careful with that. Especially, I feel like edibles are especially a thing you need to be careful with. Because if you make them too well and they taste too good, you will want to eat more of it. Like it's not gonna be a thing where you eat like one tiny brownie and then you're like good because the brownies taste nice. And now you want to eat half the form of brownies. And you shouldn't. Because yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Yeah, no stress from my side, right? Like know that the stress is entirely yours. But definitely just like if you're interested in finding new like more players, just have the just invite everybody for session 0 if you want. And then you can still sort of like write the people personally. Um and tell everybody who you didn't like as a player that the party's full actually. Yeah. But yeah. I think that's definitely a way to find more players. Mm, let's come back to the topic of the session, maybe. Mm, the only thing I don't know. I feel like with the stress, sometimes it can to help. Like it can help to sort of like think about the worst case scenario you have in mind, um, and then figure out a way how you would handle that, and it can give you sort of like some peace of mind, I guess, that you would be able to like handle it well. Um, at the same time, it makes the like a lot of the times our fear is sort of like really ambiguous and way bigger than it's technically is. Um, because we like if fear is ambiguous, um, we usually just like we like take it safe and we interpret it as way bigger or like a way bigger issue or potentially way bigger issue. So once we sort of imagine the worst scenario possible, um, this is only like true for some things, like right, like this is like this like stress or fear about like a D&D campaign not working out. That's like one of those things where this is like really like this can work really well. Um, it's not so much a situation or like a strategy you use for like possibly traumatizing experiences. Like there's like a different approach and a different caution associated with those situations. But with something like these, it can just help like to yeah like think about the worst case scenario and then sort of like figure out like how that feels and just sort of like try to really experience that fear or like that feeling in that moment and handle it because if you're able to like regulate that part or you just sort of experience it and like afterwards it's like once you have regulated it it's probably going to be like less bad than before and it's probably going to stress you out less and sometimes it can also already like help to just like sort of have a game plan associated with it. to like know, okay, like if that happens, like I would do this and that. And that can help. Mm. The other thing which can really help is just talk to it with your players so far. Because even though like I might turn into a player, right? It's not as much directed at me as it's probably like associated with them. Um, and just sort of like explaining to them how you're stressing yourself out right now because you put so high expectations on yourself for them. Um, I don't know, like can probably like put you in a situation where like they give you emotional support and just tell you like, hey, like we really appreciate it, but it's like, it's like fine. Like we love like so many different stories. And even if we wouldn't like one or two story arcs, like we would still love the whole campaign and see it as a whole thing. Because we don't need to like love every single minute of every session. But I don't know, like even just playing like any campaign with you would probably be fun. And I don't know, like maybe they just tell you they like really like just like spending time with you, and like honestly they would even play like a trash campaign with you. So I don't know. I feel like being open about that can and talking about this can really be nice to not be isolated with that feeling anymore. Hmm. And yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if it helps, but for me, for example, like why I like would or wouldn't join the campaign, like I'm at the moment, like honestly, still sort of like figuring out if I have the like time for it really or not. Um, so I guess this is like still like a really um like this is one of the main things actually in my consideration, just to determine like am I gonna be like stressed out if I say yes to this, or like will I have time for this? Um like one of the other things that's also connected with that is like um if I commit to this, like will I have time for this? Like do I want the time I have, like do I want to spend it on this, or maybe start my own campaign? Um and then I wouldn't have time for this anymore. So like a lot of the considerations are really just about like my time management. Um and I honestly think then like I guess the last considerations I have are really just um the session zero, like meeting everybody who would play as well. Because I feel like the DM is like one part of the campaign, and it's like arguably I guess the like most important part. But I like really important part as well is also like how you vibe with the other players, I feel like. Um so yeah. I don't know if that helps you, Naradim, but it's really Yeah. It's like a lot of things coming together. There's no like even if I like wouldn't like the campaign or whatever, like it definitely wouldn't be like a judgment about you or whatever. Um it would just be my personal preference. And yeah. Yes, Grumpy. Send me all the recipes you have, please. And hi Pyro, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I hope that helped, Naradim. Let me know if it didn't. Yeah. It's just also like, yeah, just experiencing the role play, I guess. Experiencing the world. Sort of like seeing how I like sort of naturally vibe with the other players in the world, yeah. There's a little bit of a concern actually about committing for like a long-term campaign with players I don't know. Um because I feel like it's harder to resolve any like if there's ever any type of like conflicts, it's way harder to resolve them if you're not friends with the people IRL. Mm. Ah, okay. Yeah, so session zeros are like okay, so I got that wrong. Because so for me personally, a session zero is something entirely different actually. For me, a session zero is actually just like being there with everybody, on the table and um making the characters together, talking about the world, getting sort of like a prologue for the world, but also making the characters together, talking about the expectations of the campaign, um, and uh, then having like a session one, which is sort of planned like a one shot, and after this, everybody can sort of decide if they want to go for more or not. Mm, yeah. But yeah, the only concern I really have is like committing to like a long-term campaign with players I don't like really know. Um because yeah, just tour the world and if they can vibe with the world. Okay. Yeah, I actually usually do that with like everybody in the party, like just together. Because then you like already get to know the other people a little bit. Um but yeah, honestly like the thing I sort of like I had the best experience with is just playing a one shot. Like not being integrated in the world much at all actually, just playing some one shot and then loving it so much that you want to like continue. That's so far the most like positive uh experiences I had. Mm, But yeah, we'll see. I'm just gonna look at the world text and whatever and let you know. But yeah, definitely. It's just like it's a lot of things coming together. So it's yeah. I don't know, there's so much which isn't necessarily about you involved that it's kind of, I don't know, like in terms, like I would argue you don't really have to like stress about people not liking your world or whatever. Because I think it's one of the like tiniest consideration about the whole thing. Actually, I feel like there's like so many people who just love a whole bunch of fantasy worlds. It's fine, Pyro. You had an oral test for German. Oh, okay. But you're doing good. Well, that's good. I'm doing good too. Mm, yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's honestly like it's for me it's like really like I feel like just from a session zero it's like really hard to tell if it's like in terms of like long-term commitment it's gonna work out or not. Um because I feel like a lot of the time it like really shows only like further along the road like how good you vibe with the other people of the party. Because in session one, like everybody is like really excited. So I don't know, it's like honestly like I think it's just a thing where like also just in terms of like commitment can change, right? Like people can get like really busy and stuff like this. And campaigns like the campaign we're playing right now with the people from like Zach's work, right? It's like it's now 2 years long or something. Or 1 year? No, it's longer than 1 year. It's like 2 years or whatever. Um and I don't know, like it just takes a while. Like the party um Giro started back then, like Kazuva. I think they're still going. Like I feel like they're still going. And that party started like 1 year earlier, so they're going since like 3 years or something. I have no idea. Um so it's I don't know, and like we left that party, I think like after 1 year or something. Because we just realized how it doesn't like fit our schedule anymore. So yeah, I feel like if you have like enough players, it's like not that bad though. Like the same with like the party from like the work now. Like in the beginning, we were like so many people. Like in the beginning, we were 7, and then like fairly quickly it went down to like it went down to 3 actually, because a one of them like started some type of like uh some like learning program whatever where they didn't have enough time anymore. Another person got like a personal uh like a personal fitness instructor, and they only had time on that day, so they couldn't come anymore. Another person, uh, like two people actually just didn't feel the world because they wanted to play like evil characters, and everybody else wanted to play like really positive characters. And Zach was like, guys, I'm sorry, but I really don't want to think about the justice system. Like, please, like, I don't know, like, I'm sorry, but I don't vibe with like I don't fuck with like evil characters. Um, and then yeah, I have no idea. But yeah, now we play is free. But that's also like really nice. I don't know. So it's like I feel like if you have like enough people in the beginning, it's like really fine. Like also with the campaign from Gil, like I think at the beginning they were like we were like six, and then one person left because he was like playing like I don't know, like really um confrontative confrontative? No. Confrontive? I don't know. Um and then we left and now they're just like four. So I don't know. Another campaign, someone didn't find his class is fun to play as he thought. So we literally had him die and brought him back with another class in there, sort of. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, stuff like this you can like always change. Like in our campaign, also like we had because like she did her character back then, and uh it like her character like changed a bit sort of from the vibe, and then we like changed it like level 5 or something. Um with my character, we noticed that Zach actually gave me a character sheet of like an OP character. Like I had just busted stats, so we took my stats down. Um, heartbreaking, I know. Um, in like another campaign, I now still switched classes, like in the Stormlight campaign. Um, because I didn't feel the class at all. So yeah. I'm like very positive that if I shoot my shot that I'll actually get a good answer, but for some reason I'm so scared to do so. To get a good answer about what? Shoot my shot about what? The German exam? What? Actually, if a party member dies, what do you even have to do? Well, if a party member like dies, like just a character, you can just bring them back as a new character. If they want to, or you can do some like resurrection ritual shenanigans. If the actual person dies, then well, I switched here by the way. I've sent you the recipe. Sadly, couldn't find my old phone since I used to keep them on my notes. Be lurking while cooking dinner. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. Alright, see ya. Enjoy cooking dinner. What do you do, by the way, for dinner? What's the plan? A girl? A different girl to the other girl? You told us that you got over Berlin, girl, and then afterwards you again mentioned like, oh, but like when she smiles, I like, huh. So I was like, okay, so you didn't. So no, I don't know actually that you're like actually over Berlin, girl. Hmm. So what's with this new girl? Are you actually into the new girl though? Like, are you into her for her and her character? Or are you desperate to find a girlfriend? Honey garlic chicken bites with almost dipping sauce and a salad. Damn, that sounds really good. Wow. Oof. Cool, cool, cool. Not jealous at all. That sounds so tasty. Okay, so what do you like about her? Is she also in your class? Or where did you get to know her? Seriously. Send some over. She's a friend in our friend group, so like kind of scary. I'm just waiting there. All right, so what do you like about her? The long text starting. Oh, you don't need to give a single thing. You can give an entire list. I don't mind. I mean, hopefully it's not a single thing, right? Like. Do I sense pick me girl? I'm like, okay, so why I'm asking is that I just, with the other girl as well, what I noticed is that there's nothing really about her character that you ever told that you like about her. Um, the only thing you did tell was her appearance. That she gave you sort of like reciprocating signals at a time. And that she's shy. And this is like honestly like all I know about the other girl. like the one before, you know? I don't know if she's smart. I don't know if she's creative. I don't know what she likes to do as hobbies. I don't know if she's funny or not. I don't know if she's really into sports. I don't know if, like, there's really nothing about the girl I do know. Like, she could be literally any woman from the streets in that age group. Mm. And at the same time, what concerns me as well is that just sort of like a couple weeks, maybe, maybe a month ago, um, you were still talking about her. Um, at the same time, not asking, like, not wanting to ask for clarity on the situation with her. Um, and now there is the new girl, where it's also nothing I know about her. So the only thing. So this is, I guess, why I'm concerned that it's it's sort of like more like that you want a girlfriend and not that you want that girl as your girlfriend. Um which is really common in our society, right? Um not only for like boys or men, right? But like for a lot of people to sort of like feel like their relationship is going to fix their problems or something. So I don't know. I'm just sort of hoping that you're not trying to um sort of flee into love from depression, because that's sadly not how it works. Like, it's definitely a good cope, um but it's only coping. I mean, um you don't need to prove to me it's not like this, right? I'm just sort of voicing how, like, I'm concerned about this, because I'm like, I mean, for one, of course, there's sort of like this thing of like, I don't know, like, I've of course also had this experience where I was a girl to um I don't know, like, to fix somebody else's issues, right? But the part I'm concerned about is that if we've sort of like run away from depression and these like negative things through fleeing um into like the next new romance and stuff like this, it's a habit where when we built it and when it's like really stuck with us, it's essentially gonna lead to, like, once the relationship is longer and once the like this new these like new sensations and this like feeling of like this like excited feeling of getting to know a new person is leaving, um then those relationships usually turn bad because they don't work as a copium anymore really well. And that's usually always hurtful for both people in that position, because it has the potential to ruin something really good. Has just always been this way to not spontaneously talk about things a lot. I think you're actually entirely different. I think you usually spontaneously talk about things a lot. Like, you're one of the people you never need to ask to talk about stuff. You will bring it up on your own. Like, I don't think it's true that you don't spontaneously talk about things a lot. Like, maybe in person that's different. But my experience with you has actually been that you talk about everything spontaneously. Like, you talk about your exams and the girls and what's happening in school and your practice and like all of this. So it's just that's like the only thing I sort of like, because sometimes like it's not even something we're like entirely aware of ourselves, that we're sort of like fleeing to the next romance to avoid stuff. But it's just something where I want you to be aware of it, because this can hurt a lot. It and it can be like really hard to sort of like wake up from this. Um, because it gives this like weird sensation of it's like a really intense feeling of love because it's dependency. Um, but in moments where you don't have that dependency, um, there's there's just no feeling of love. Like it's very unstable. It's really, really unstable. But it's like it's big feelings, it's unstable, and it can go bad really hard. So that's just sort of why I'm like, I don't know, like emotional dependency um is a common thing, especially in young relationships. Um Not only in young, but especially in young relationships. So just making you aware. And you do with that information as you want. But with the like asking part, I would maybe just, you don't really need to rush that asking part. Just like do something with her. Like meet up with her, go for like, you know, like do something with her and just spend time with her, get to know her, enjoy, you know? You don't need to put a label on it right from the beginning. And well, that's it now, I guess. So, bye, Pyro. Pyro has a lot going on. All right. So, yeah. We were. Actually, coming back to the original topic of the stream. Hi Naradim. Welcome back. Why, What's happening? I mean, that's fine. We don't need to be, I think. I feel like after all, the person themselves always needs to know and always knows. Well, maybe not best, but we can't make them like like even if we knew better, like they need to know. It's their life and you can't like make them know anything. So I feel like just I don't know. Just sort of voicing personal concerns or personal tips is like always the way to go and just be like I would do that or that's what I would be like wary of sort of. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a very, very unique experience. And it's always different. Um so the original experience the original topic actually of the stream was of course on one hand the mental health check-ins. But I feel like Naradim, we already did the mental health check-in and we did a bunch of other mental health check-ins as well. I also already did one. And if there's anybody still in stream who wants to do a mental health check-in, then absolutely go take the go do it. But apart from that, I would have actually a topic to talk about, which is sort of like offline versus online, I guess. It's sort of on how to like this struggle in today's ancient time with being informed about everything, or being able to be informed with everything, but at the same time being being overwhelmed with all the negative news and therefore not being able to act or getting like a really bad world outlook or having no hope left. Um and there's a few things on this I wanted to sort of bring up. Um because we So I've been showing you guys this article, right? On social rejection hurting like physical pain. It's also in my free resources list if anybody wants to look at it. And in this article, it actually says that there's, because it hurts like physical pain, there's like one of the like very normal reactions to it is aggressions, or like very common reactions to it. But there is actually like a difference between like the people who react aggressively towards it, and the people who then sort of like, I don't know, like try again and like try to adjust their behavior and like remain not only peaceful, but also like try to like actually integrate in society better than before, instead of using this rejection as a, I guess maybe like as an excuse to like not try to integrate in society at all and reject society instead. And apparently, one of the differences between them is hope. And sort of their hope to have a proper chance to integrate in society and be a part of society. And I think that itself, like, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, if you feel like you can never be good enough and never be accepted, it's way less likely that you try, right? Versus if you know that you only need to change that like one thing and then you're gonna be accepted, you're probably just gonna change that one thing and try to be accepted. So hope and this future outlook is sort of changing how you react to social rejection. I know enough about the society. I don't want to be a part of it. Oh, fluffy. What I sort of now want to connect this to is how we online portray a really negative image of society, right? I feel like, I guess we can probably all agree that like offline, just because of the like less news you hear, and more like real people you see, and more of the people you actually like, you actively choose to see instead of you like doom scroll past, is way more like positive experience usually, than being online with like maybe like super like negative news and then reading the comments and seeing like idiots in the comments and stuff like this. And I don't know, also just the fact that like fear sells better, right? Like we sadly sort of like scientists have found out that negative news on social media and like negative feelings keep you longer on social media than positive ones. So yeah, the negative news sell better and they generate more money. So actually having negative news and having like just making every sort of like new news just this tiny bit more dramatic, more negative, more apocalyptic is literally generating money. So our media concerns, of course, as good capitalists do that. So essentially what I'm trying to get at is that I realize that because we have this sort of like combination of media earning more with more negative news, and that's why essentially like narrating our world and everything which happens in our world more dramatic, negatively apocalyptic is generating more money for them. And then on the other hand, knowing that people who are rejected from society are less likely to sort of like integrate in society and want to integrate in society and want to adhere to society's rules and standards when they feel hopeless about society. Sort of like putting these together maybe actually gives us sort of like a hint why right-wing parties and why these more like extreme, I guess, like social outcast groups get more and more. And then the annoying thing is as well, I didn't know which study that was, but like I read somewhere that apparently the people which are most likely to believe fake news are actually people which are sort of like hopeless and have like a really negative world outlook. Because I don't know, I just guess that if you tell them something which is bad about the world, while others are like, well, did that actually happen? They're just going to be like, well, doesn't surprise me. I have a really shitty outlook on society, so sure. I don't know, like putting all of this together, it really sort of shows how and why we are so effectively pushed apart from each other. And then the other thing is, right, that like online, because you lack this like face-to-face interaction, which is already different in a stream, but definitely different in like a comment section, because you lack this like face-to-face interaction. It's actually really hard to sort of like gauge the emotions of the other person, right? And because there's no like mimic or facial reaction you can analyze, which also like this is sort of like how empathy sort of starts out, with just with seeing the emotions on the other person, and then that's sort of like how we take them up ourselves. And yeah, I think it's really even though I'm one of those people where I'm like, I spent a lot of time online. I spent a lot of time here with you guys. I have spent a lot of time gaming and being on social media. Even if I really don't want to be that mum which is like, go outside and play, you know? I feel like knowing this really explains how, especially social media where you don't have that face-to-face interaction, but where you're only like anonymous names in a comment section, how it's not a actual representation of society, but how it is definitely a more negative representation of society. And how spending too much time, or most of your time, online can then definitely shape your picture of society, right? And I I have actually some personal experience with this because sort of like since a few, like maybe like half a year actually already, or half a year to year, I've spent way less time on social media, and I've really tried to cut down my social media time to a minimum. And so I'm definitely more sensitive now to the influence of social media. Also, like paid way more attention to the influence of social media on me. And the other thing is that nowadays, when I've been on social media for a couple of hours, I really notice how it impacts me, and I notice how it not only impacts me in the very direct way of like social media literally like leeching your dopamine, right? But it also impacts me in a way where I just feel way more negative about society, and I feel more hope less about society because there's way more like negative comments and stuff like this. And that's even though I already like cleaned up my algorithm to have like way more positive news. And I also cleaned up my algorithm to have way less like edited influencers on my feed who are like, I don't know, like promising the blue from the sky and stuff like this. But to actually have like real people on my feed, and still, it's really just not the same. Because even like regular people, right, are like, you don't share your shitty moment. You share the best picture you made in the week, right? So I actually already closed the window, it's way too cold. um so it's really like, it's so, social media is just by design. It's not an equal and an accurate representation of our society. And I feel like if we lack social connections IRL, and or like real connections, you know, it can really put us in a space where, especially if we are in a space where we then also fed like a lot of negative news, right? Where we end up not being able to actually do or act, you know, but where we feel so hopeless that we ourselves actually turn into worse humans. Because we ourselves are turning like less cooperative and less nice, less giving others the benefit of the doubt, and more judging others beforehand. More being like, well, like everybody is like shit right now, so I can be shit now too, and don't have to put the effort into to be a good part of society. And I just feel like it's like really easy to fall into that, and I just sort of like wanted to bring it up as a topic to also just sort of talk about it, what your guys' experience with this is, and also just to, I don't know, because it's a thing where it also like, I feel like it's like really common now, and you hear it from a lot of people, but at the same time you also hear it always with the connotation of like, oh, I'm so isolated with this, nobody's feeling that way. Whereas I feel like a lot of people are actually struggling with this, and struggling with the balance between online and offline, and struggling with the part of wanting to be online, wanting to take part in social media, but at the same time really noticing these negative side effects from using social media. Because yeah, like me personally, like I really notice when I've spent like a few hours on social media, I feel way worse than when I don't spend that time on social media. And it honestly, it doesn't even matter how much I polish my social media, because social media is really boosting so much like negative content where it's like, And I don't mean negative content only in terms of like, oh, like negative, like political, like hopeless content, but I also mean just content where it's like problematic, it's like low-key sexist or stuff like this, and it's just, I don't know, it just reminds you of like how long society still has to go. um and I don't know, I really feel like I'm way better at just being a human and just seeing humans as humans, instead of being judgmental if I spend way less time on social media, um, and more time with like real people. And I feel like including Twitch, like Twitch is like, I feel like the interaction we have is like definitely like asymmetric, and like it's, I don't know, like I wouldn't like to do this like the entire day, but I feel like this is so much more real than I don't know, like Instagram or TikTok or whatever. Um and it's such a different type of content because it's not this like 10 seconds scream your most important information at me, but it's way slower and just like a normal sort of talk. Um but yeah, it like really, it doesn't even matter if I only see like funny videos. Like even from funny videos I notice how I'm less happy the rest of the day. Because it's sort of like taking drugs. It's like, this is like an unproportional amount of dopamine for time, you know? Like normal comedy, like in a regular day, on an average, like sort of like in a daily life, is not fast paced like social media comedy, where you can have like, where you can watch like a 10-minute video of like 100 memes or something, you know? Like after each other so fast that you can't even look away for a second because then you missed some. Um, and honestly, I just feel like I really feel so much better if I don't watch short form content. Like I honestly, like nowadays, I mostly only use TikTok to look something up where I actually want like a, it's sort of like ChatGPT, but I want a video. Like if I want to know if some, I don't know, like 3D printing hack works or not, or like how they fix that part with 3D printing. Like then I'm looking for a short or like a TikTok or a reel or whatever. Um, but yeah, apart from that, I really rarely spend time on social media. And I don't know, I just notice for myself how it's like so much better than when I do. So, how is it for you guys? And also, hi G4 NL, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. Are you doing better now? I'm not a bot as well. Actually, that's exactly what a bot would say. Honestly, I'm really glad that I didn't have a bot so far saying that. Like, they don't go that far, actually. Many of. I had videos where they scammed me, and I was like, when is this ending? But yeah, I don't know. I feel like honestly, it's to me, social media more and more really seems like a drug. It's like because it's cut and so short, it's just exceeding any type of normal concentration of whatever emotion. Like if it's sad, if it's angry, if it's funny, if it's hot, like it doesn't matter. But IRL, like uncut IRL, is just can't compete with cut scripted versions. And that's just, I don't know. Like sort of since I've seen it that way, I notice way more, and at the same time I'm just, it's so much less enticing, if that makes sense. Especially if I especially since I know it makes me like do less. Like it makes me less motivated to do stuff actually. Like when you see these like, I don't know, like 1 minute cut versions of like videos, it's just because I'm on the, like sometimes they're really nice. Like I feel like if they're like really well made, like actually well made, where it's like as short as it can be, but giving all the information it like needs, which is then definitely like not 10 seconds or whatever, you know. um it's like I think like that's really nice, but if it's, I don't know, I feel like doom scrolling just feels so much like wasted time. 2 hours 42 minutes, 54 minutes, 2 hours 10 minutes, 4 hours 7 minutes. Are the videos actually that long, or are you just watching them on repeat for like hours? Because like 2 hours 42 as like a TikTok? Huh? I thought you were just watching them on repeat the entire time. Um, but it's more like I get told a story. I don't know. I feel like not if half an hour doom scrolling is nice. Let me actually like, let's see. I like, you easily lose track of time. Let me check. Mm. Mm. Can I? Okay. So today I was 16 seconds on TikTok. Like it's literally like the, no, it's not the last one actually. But I was like 25 minutes on Procreate, 22 minutes on Noteful, 20 minutes in like Bamboo Handy, it's like the 3D printing app, 9 minutes in Brave, 5 minutes Discord, 2 minutes Lockhead, 1 minute calendar, 1 minute photos, 1 minute ChatGPT, 1 minute Gmail, 1 minute Telegram, 1 minute camera, 36 seconds Google Playbooks, 32 seconds WhatsApp, 16 seconds TikTok, 14 seconds Spotify. So yesterday I was 4 hours 27 using Brave, but it's not YouTube. I like 2 minutes of Instagram. 1 hour and 9 minutes in Discord. What? When was this? On Sunday. I think that was actually while we were playing the board game. Like the only like either it was Zek or it was while we were playing Robinson Crusoe. Because yesterday, like I woke up at like 2. Like I was standing up at like 2 or whatever. Then we played Robinson Crusoe. Then we went to go play tennis for like 1 hour. And then we played Robinson Crusoe again, and then we went to bed, and that was it. So I don't know. Welcome back, Pyro. So on Saturday, Instagram 2 minutes, Reddit 7 minutes. That was it. Friday. Oh, on Friday I was actually 55 minutes on Instagram. On TikTok 6 minutes. On Thursday I was on Instagram for 24 minutes. On YouTube for 6 minutes. Wednesday I was on Instagram for 16 minutes, on TikTok for 11 minutes. Tuesday I was on Instagram for 15 minutes. TikTok for 14 minutes. Switch for 14 seconds. Monday I didn't open Instagram even, and I did not open TikTok either. I was on ChatGPT for 1 minute. I was on Discord for 23 minutes. So, yeah. Yeah. Same. Like, I really like watching, like, Critical Role. Actually, I've been watching their, like, the new Critical Role campaign 4. And I've been watching blah 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 Age of Umbra. Yeah. Age of Umbra. Which is their like Daggerheart campaign. So these are like the 2 things I've been watching, and then I've watched the one shot of them. And then I've watched I started this like 3 sessions thing of, I don't know, one of them. How is it called? blah 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 in a camp or something, like kids camp, I don't know, survival camp, Pathfinder camp, I don't know, something like this. But yeah, those are really nice. And we've been watching them like usually like every evening for like, I don't know, like an hour or something, maybe two. Now, but yeah, like whoever didn't try yet, I can honestly really recommend um to put your social media limits. Like you can set them in the apps and you can set them on your in your settings. I have set them in both. I have a Instagram limit for 10 minutes. I've set that in Instagram and in my settings. And I have the same for TikTok. And I can honestly like try it. Try to not watch short form content for like a month or two and see how you feel. Like for me, it's like I wouldn't want to go back. I notice so much how it's influencing me. It's really interesting. Hi, Evan. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's your day so far? Yeah, I mean, if you don't, I mean, then you're already doing it. But like whoever didn't do it so far and is like using Instagram for like an hour a day or something, like I don't know, like try to restrict that to 10 minutes. It's like I don't know, like I genuinely feel like it's really like short form content, like Instagram, TikTok, shorts on YouTube, it doesn't matter. All of those, also like compilations of like memes or whatever. It's it's draining the like it's just it's like drugs. It's like compared to normal life, it's so much more concentrated, fun, emotion, whatever. That normal life just like the fun of normal life like perishes. Like the like how much you appreciate and like your normal life will go down. I don't know. It's like it's been such a crazy experience for me. So like I would love to see like what your experience with that would be. Because I feel like it could be like really nice if it's the same like for me. It's 11. Ooh, damn. It's late. Your Monday is finished now? Oh goddamn. If it's that time at your place, where are you? Like obviously like don't like leak any like information you shouldn't be. But like if you don't mind. Australia. Australia is so cool. Like I always wanted to go to Australia. Like I don't know, like as a kid, I've been so amazed actually by by Australia, and I always wanted to go because I was like, the Great Barrier Reef and like all these other animals, and like I want to go there. Nowadays, you hear like way different news as well, so it's like more like I definitely want to go there someday, but like it's not the same hype anymore as I had as a kid. Like as a kid, I was really like Australia is like a big zoo, and I want to go to the big zoo. Oh, I literally lead mobs live in Aussie land. Mm. So you're okay, you say? What are you doing for work if your Monday's finished only at like so late? Close to midnight. I really I watched like a documentary which said that there's certain types of like anti-poison things that apparently every Australian person has at home because it's so common to get like a spider bite from that species. So you just have it at home. You've only seen one big spider. Damn. Okay, so it's definitely not as bad as it looked in the documentary. Like in the documentary, they were really like, they are on the playground. And like, did this like camera thing of like the kid playing in the back and like the spider, like focusing from the kid on the spider in the front and then being like, the kid is about to die. And then they did like the spider like coming like into the house and like going into the shoes. Yeah, so I don't know how good of a documentary that was. To be fair, I watched it when I was like, I don't know, like 11 maybe. So I I'm really not sure how good of a documentary that was. Maybe it was more of like one of those like kids things of like always be scared. I don't know. Like for whatever reason we're really like a lot of storytelling towards kids is like be scared, I think. Hmm. To the bathroom and she wanted to come out. There was a big spider sitting on the handle. Oh, bro, on the handle. That spider had a mission. Like that spider was like that was a mob. Like definitely like supposed to be there. Hmm. But anyway, apparently it's not that bad. Like Irfan says, it's like it's fine. Like there is definitely like all spiders are dead already. The air quality isn't good enough anymore. Too hot. I don't know. So it's fine. Big cities are big enough already. Killed all spiders. But do you want to talk about anything specifically, Irfan? Like, by the way, like, do I say that right? Am I supposed to say like Irfan or whatever? Or like, yeah, just give me a heads up if it's wrongly like differently pronounced. You don't know how? I mean, there's definitely space for that here. Like, whatever it is, you can just jump right into it. You don't really need to make like a, I don't know, like a like an introduction or I don't know. You're a fan. Yeah, okay. No way. You just left the hotel. Oh my god. All right. No, at the moment I only stream on Monday and Thursdays because we only do the mental health talks right now. So, yeah, only Monday, Thursdays. Thank you for the follow. I'm glad you enjoyed here. If you, that's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. Nobody is mad at you. It's pretty fine. But yeah, like here you also see like what it's like what the time is translated to. So that might help. Do you maybe just want to, because you had something you wanted to talk about, do you just want to say the topic maybe? And then I can like, I could start that topic maybe, and then you just need to say like, oh yeah, yeah, that specifically, please go on. If that helps. Mm. So far, what did we talk today about, guys? We talked a lot about D&D. But that was off topic. We talked about online versus offline. I guess is maybe the. Is that a good title for it? How would you guys describe it? Mm. Then we had like stress. Mm. Mm. Okay, so if you want to tell someone, or more specifically express your feelings, should you do it or keep it inside when you know it's not going to work out because of the circumstances? Mm. Okay, so I feel like it really depends on the circumstances, right? Um, like it's maybe like if that person, for example, is married, it's a different circumstance, right? Than if it's only, I don't know, if that person is living far away but is single. Um, so I guess if the circumstance is something where there's no, it's not ethically concerning, I guess. I would always talk about it. I would always bring it up and just sort of like express your feelings about this. Um, and just be like, I don't know, like I don't know the situation, right? So I'm making up just any type of example, but just being like, um, I don't know, like it's. I mean, it sort of also depends, like what you want from this, right? What I think is, at least for your own health, you should let it out and you're not expecting anything from the other person. Just want to let it out so the heart could settle and you can move on. Is my question, or what I think. Yeah. I think exactly that's also like one of the arguments I would make for like why I would talk about it. Um and why I would tell it to the person. Um So, for example, I don't know, like if you've built up a crush on somebody where like you shouldn't because they are in a relationship or whatever. Um, like one experience I heard of was that some person then, or like if you are in a relationship and you build a crush on somebody and you sort of like you don't want to or whatever, or there's like some tension building or whatever. The like experience I heard of, the person then talked about this and was like talked about it in a way where they were like, hey, um so like first of all I really need to talk to you, blah blah blah, and then um I started to notice this like tension between us, and it's sort of like I noticed how like there's no space for this in this situation, and I also don't really like, I don't want to like make our friendship like worse or whatever, and I don't want to make everything complicated, and I'm not really like, I know that this is no possibility and I also don't really want that possibility, but I just want you to know because I need some space, because I need to sort of like cool off and sort of like need that like tension to sort of like resolve before we can like meet up again. And I just wanted you to know that I'm gonna take a bit of space to sort of like let that cool off, get over it. But I really do want to stay friends, and I just want to like meet less or do less like one-on-one, and then like once I settle these emotions with myself, we can see how that continues, sort of like this maybe. So there's like, it's not only like, it's a very sort of like finished business type talk. Like there's no expectations um to, I guess, like make room for this, or like to make it a possibility. But it's very much you already like voicing that you know and also don't really want to, that, well, if you don't want to, right? Like either like you know it's not a possibility, or maybe if you already don't want it to be a possibility, that you also voice that. Um, but also like how you take responsibility of it, I guess. So that the other person like really knows like, okay, there's like nothing really they need to do, but it's sort of like an information for them, so they know what's going on. They know how you might, I don't know, like act differently in the future, or that sort of like expectations maybe around you guys meeting up change, stuff like this. Yeah. Um, but I definitely like, I feel like a important part, I guess, is that you then also sort of like do something with this. So for example, for like feelings you like don't want to have or shouldn't have to go down, usually the like golden rule is that you need more space, like less time together. Um, and that's sort of like how you get there. Because otherwise it's sort of like, it can be like really hard to let go of something like this if there's no space to have those emotions like cool off. Um, and I feel like once you say this, definitely the other person will have to, like, I guess, like digest it too, right? Because it's like, um, because it's like something, I don't know, it's just something that impacts us usually, right? Because like there's some type of connection you guys have. And even if she doesn't feel it like as much as you do, it's still like just like getting this information and being like, oh, okay, so like how do I like, do I need to change how I act and stuff like this? Like there's like, this can be like a sort of like a confusing topic, I guess. Um, and definitely making the communication like really clear is, I think, like really important. Like to sort of think a little about like what questions might she have, like how might this possibly change the situation for her, and then already sort of offer answers to this. So exactly like you say here, like just being like, I know this is no possibility, um, and I just want to say it to get it out. I not expect anything from you, no interference and whatever. I just want you to know sort of like of the situation, but also know that I'm handling this and there's like nothing I need from you. Or if there is something you need from her, for example, like space, or for example, that, I don't know, she's not hugging you anymore or whatever, like it can be like a really, whatever floats your boat, right? But if there's like something specific, for example, that situation I know of was the person asking like, I don't want to meet you in a one-on-one situation anymore. And so these and these meetings or whatever, I'm gonna cancel. Then it's like there is something you like need from the other person, and also something which is changing for the other person. Um, so that's sort of what I would put into the communication. But I feel like what you like, I don't know, like how you communicate like here in chat to me, seems really open and really, really clear. So I feel like if you can, just maybe try to get a little bit of that energy, on like how you communicate it to me, to her. And like really, I don't know, like give her the context she needs to know there is like nothing she needs to do and stuff like this. No, no, no. No, no, no. You didn't say anything wrong. I think you expressed it like fairly clear, actually. So I think I would like really stick to your words. Like I would say like, if we go with the first message, I like, if I were you, I would tell her like, hey, I gotta tell you this to, just for myself, that my heart can like settle and move on. I don't expect anything from you or any interference. I know this is not going to work out because of the circumstances. But uh, yeah, I just want to tell you that, I don't know, blah, 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 expressing the feelings you have. I don't know which feelings you have. And maybe then, as sort of like the closing sentence, be like, because like something is probably gonna change, right? Or like maybe you don't want something to change. So either as a closing sentence what you do want to change, or as a closing sentence what you don't want to change. So yeah, either be like, that's why I don't want to like meet one on one anymore, to get some like space to cool off, or but I don't want our friendship to fall apart because of this. Um, I'm just gonna like use some space to get over this and just uh, wanted to get it out there. So you know, we've been acting weird or whatever. But I think in any case, it's really really good to say something. Um, and just staying like staying as close to what you think about this as possible is, I think, really good. I feel like, because like the way you talk to me about this is showing how you consider her experience in this. Um, and I think that's a really important part of it. Um, and so I feel like if you just say like something like this, like even if it's not perfect, um, the other person is probably gonna have enough to then just ask some questions or like answer to this. Um, if there's some like specific fear you have with that person or how that person might react, where like, oh, I don't know, like I fear that she's gonna be mad, or I fear that she's gonna tell me to like never see her again or whatever. um I think I would also talk about that specifically, and it would be like just voicing that and be like, I'm really scared to tell you this, because I really don't want our friendship to end, and I'm scared that you're just gonna break off contact, um, because I really like our friendship, and I know there's no chance, and I'm not trying to, I don't know, like do something here, you know. I just want you to know, and I just want you to be transparent, and I'm gonna handle those emotions, um, and um, I'm gonna take the space I need to resolve those, and I just hope that our friendship remains the same. So I feel like if you say something like this, you know, you address what's going on, you address that the expectations um, for her, like what you want from her, um, so that you don't want anything like, no, like that there's no expectations from her. You want no interference from her, um, and you just and that you know of the situation, and you're like, there's no shot, I know, like I'm gonna get over this. And then the last thing of like, or like maybe even you can start with that, that you really hope that the friendship is like remaining. Like I think that's a really good sort of like packaging style, because then you start with explaining that you understand her perspective on this. Then you tell her the information you do want to tell her, and then you end it with, yeah, essentially this like very clear expectation on like how this is supposed to like move forward and what you like how you want this to move forward. But I think it's good that if you are friends with that person and there's like you sort of like you feel this like tension or like having a crush on her, um and you want it to go away, I think it's a really good idea to take a bit of space from this. Um to yeah, to have those emotions cool off, because usually when we meet up more, those emotions get more. Like like the golden rule is really to like take some space um to have that cool off again. Yeah. But I think it's a really good thing that you do this. I do want you to know there's um like I probably think like if she's your friend, like she's probably not gonna be like this. Um there might be like some people who don't like get this style of communication. And that's okay. I think that this style of communication is really, really transparent and that's really, really nice. So I think it's a really good thing that you do this. Even if this might, like turn out bad or whatever, I think this is really like like a really good thing to do. And I feel like transparent communication like this, in the end, will give you very stable connections with the people who do get it. And who like fit with you in that sense. So don't be afraid. This is a good thing. Okay? This is a really, I don't know, like I wish more people would have that communication, because it's a really, really positive style of communication, because it's really transparent. You take accountability, but you also are transparent about what is going on, which makes you a really safe person. The only thing why it doesn't work sometimes in our society, if people like don't believe in safe people like this, and then like make it like a suspicion drama show of like, I don't know, 5 sessions. But yeah. So I think this is a really good thing. And I'm glad you talked about this. I feel like this can be like really, really scary. Um but I think you're approaching this topic from a very good direction. And don't worry, like the stream is here for these type of things. I really enjoyed you bringing this up. Like I think it was a really good talk. So you're definitely welcome. Pyro definitely also low-key in the same situation. I mean, Pyro, you can like essentially do the same thing, right? You can also talk to her and like voice that fear and be really transparent about this. And be like, hey, like if you like, I really don't want to mess up the friend group. But like I do really like you, and I just sort of like would like to know how you stand towards this. Like, should we try, or do you rather like stay friends? And I respect it in any case. If you do want to stay friends, I might need like a bit of space to get over it for a second, but then I'm back. So yeah, If you ever have another thing you want to talk about, you're always welcome here, Irfan. Also, like, gladly let us know how it worked out. If it turned out well, we're, yeah, we're here for it. And if the stream is not live, you can always like text on Discord, by the way. Just know that too. We have on Discord, we have like a mental health channel, which is also sort of like an extension of the stream for topics like these. Um, hmm. What is happening? Oh, okay. Sorry, I have to check for later because we're invited to dinner in Stormlights, and apparently there's some discussion on uh, dinner plans. At the moment, wraps are being planned. I just really want to make sure I get to just talk to her alone, since I don't want to put any social pressure on her, but I have no idea how I would do that since there's almost always someone else from the group. I mean, Pyro, if you, like, for the start, you can just, like, do more with her and the other people. And sort of, like, stick to her. And if you, like, do more stuff, like, outside of schools, especially, then usually, like, spaces open up where you're just, like, waiting for somebody to come back from the toilet, stuff like this, you know? So, I don't know. I think maybe just, like, spending more time together is maybe gonna give you a window. If the other person doesn't feel the same way, you can't do anything about it. You just need to accept, and that is love, I think. It's called unrequited love. It can be painful at first, but if you heal with it, that could turn into your strength. If you truly love someone, you just want that person to be happy, even if it was meant for you. That's my thought. My thought is that you deserve someone who loves you, Irfan. And I know that sometimes we just sort of like fall in love with people. I've been there too. Where we don't actually know if they love us or not. For me, it had to, like, I only had that once. How do I say that? I don't know. I feel like mostly when people, like, when a person I was having a crush on didn't have a crush on me, I didn't develop a really big crush. But yeah, I think I had that once when I was like really young. But I just know that it's common to be focused like sort of about the other person, but love is really like a reciprocative sort of feeling. Um, because love is like the feeling of like a really deep and intimate connection with another person. Um, and I feel like sometimes like between like friends and like crush that can be misaligned, right? Um, but I feel like a lot of the time, and also like if it's misaligned, it also has to do with um mm, with different expectations of connection, I guess. Because sometimes like what for women is just like a regular friendship and just like regular like being nice, being polite, being like there for each other, whatever, can to some other people be like a really intimate connection which feels like love, where it's like we just do that for everybody, like it's not special, it doesn't mean like, you know. um uh Word can actually like really help to sort of like dive deep into what does a connection mean for me and what does love mean to me, because love is meant to be reciprocated. um like it's not meant to be a feeling which is like, I don't know, only from one person, I think. um I'm honestly not even sure if you can love somebody if they don't love you. But yeah, I guess that's why like the classic mix up is between like friends and lovers, right? Because like friends also love you, but in like a different way. So it's like slightly different. And I feel like that's where like the most mix up happens. But I don't think you can love a person who like doesn't love you as a friend or lover, right? Like I feel like that's a obsessive situation, I think. But I feel like the mix up between like friend love and like lovers love is like common. Um but yeah, usually it sort of has to do with like the different definitions sort of like a of that connection. Because usually everybody has sort of like a standard for friendships and like a standard for like lovers, sort of, or like being loved. Um And I feel like, especially when you haven't been like loved too well, or you had like a complicated like at home situation with your parents, it's really easy to have like a really low standard for like a lover type love. Um, and other people then have like a normal sort of friendship love standard, are all of a sudden um, like loving you more than your mom. And then you're like, okay, this needs to be like actual love because like what? um, So I think that is why the situation is like often so complicated, because the standards are so different from person to person. But that's also why the standards like are sometimes like really changing over the years, right? Because what you expected or what you have seen as love, like before your first relationship, for example, will definitely change to the standard you have for love after, I don't know, like your fifth relationship, maybe. If you've had like five failed relationship, like now you probably have like a way, I don't know, like harsher or like more strict image of what is necessary for love. But I think it's definitely like true that if you love someone in like any case, it's you you want the best for them. And it's you care about their feelings as much as your own and about their goals and all of that. Hmm. I'm not sure. It's like not that I'm like I don't believe in like transactional love. So that's not what I mean. But if like somebody hates me or like doesn't like really doesn't care about me, I it's like I don't know. Well, unrequited love is like, yeah, it's like usually between like friends or lovers, but unrequited love is also you like a lot of the time it's really just like a false of like a false picture of love by our like really weird propaganda of like men should chase and like um yeah, like not be chased, but chase others instead of like a coming together of two people. Like, I think love is a feeling you get from a very intimate, deep connection, which is a coming together of two people. Mm, where it's like this, like, obsessive love is like not love, in my opinion, um, because it's obsessive. Like, it's more like a drug. Like, it's more like a, um, like, because it's obsessive, it doesn't know proper boundaries. And love knows boundaries because love cares about how the other person is doing and how the other person is feeling and if the other person is comfortable with this. So this like old picture of sort of like, yeah, men should chase women and like having like a woman who like wants nothing from you and then like chasing her um and like pissing her off is really actually not love, but it's more like this like obsessive predatory behavior. um like again, like I think your situation is like different, Irfan, because it's like friend love versus lovers love mix up, which is like super common. um but this like And I think like shortly loving somebody is also something different. Like if it's then not, but yeah, usually if it's then not reciprocated, it's sort of like it gets adjusted automatically, I think. But I feel like then you also stop loving that person. Like I feel like, for example, like the outcome of the situation with her now for you, Irfan, would be like in if I would be in that situation, it would be like me telling her this, then she's sort of like telling me and sort of like giving me um the affirmation that yeah, this is nothing is happening, only interested in friendship. Um and then my love from like lovers would like then I would take space and stuff like this, and then my love from like this like crush lovers love would like die and go over to like friend love, I think. Like I don't. So it's like it's changing. I think maintaining like lover's love for somebody who's not interested in that, who's has said they are not interested in that, is seems to me like a thing I would journal about. Like it seems like the thing I'm worrying in that moment is why why are you obsessed over a person who's not into you still? Because at the beginning, like, sure. But then you get like the like no, and then it's like it like dies. But like how like why does it stay? Um because that seems like a bad attachment style. So yeah, I'm not. That's why I'm like sort of like. That's why I'm sort of like considering, like, I don't know, like, I don't know either, right? Like, this is only like me just, like, I just had that thought and I just felt like, it's sort of like you, like, we all heard like so much about like this like unconditional love and like unrequited love, but it like, you still like love that person and you have that dude who's like in love with that girl for like 5 years without her even knowing him, blah blah blah, whatever. Like we know so many stories of this, we have so much storytelling in our world about this unrequited love. um but the thing I noticed is when I look at my life, the only times where I had unrequited love were unhealthy and compulsive obsessive. So I'm like, is that actually, is unrequited love actually a thing? Because can you call it love if it's like, I wouldn't call it love if it's because of either like running away from something and like coping into love, or it's like this, it's like obsessive, because then you can't, you're not like, you're not unbiased loving that person. You don't have a choice there. You're more like addicted to that person. And it's usually like a really like, this is why like if you have like relationships where there's like a lot of emotional dependency, they're like really unstable usually. um and it's like a really like, it's this like grandiosity and depression always. Um, so it's just one of those situations where I'm like, I've heard so much about this. Like, does it actually not exist? Because, yeah, we have it in society, like, so. We have it so much. But I think. Yeah, but I think if you handle it, means that you get over it. No? Like, it turns from like a love to like a friendship love. So it's like it doesn't stay this like unrequited love. Exactly. Because I feel like it, I don't know, like when I think back, like times where there's been there's been love building up, then there's been like rejection or like disinterest or whatever, right? Um yeah, like the love is like you get over it, you know? It's like not, yeah, it's like not staying or anything. Like it's not because usually I feel like the only scenarios I know where that love is then staying are from people who believe they are not, like they don't deserve love, and then they sometimes even love that person more because because they don't believe they deserve love. But for most people who do believe they deserve love, once they know the love is not reciprocated, it's, yeah, it's not staying like this, like they get over it. So yeah. I have the power. Yeah. Oh, true, it's so late for you. Yeah, go to sleep. Jesus. Get that sleep, darling. It's so late for you. Oh my god, it's probably like, when did you come in? It must be like midnight, maybe? Oh my god, oh, I have muscle pain from the tennis yesterday. Oh, no. Yeah. Yes. I gotta finish the stream too. Okay, guys, let's start our stream finishing tradition. Um, what was your favorite moment of the stream? Finish it. 12:50. I just realized it's been more than an hour. Ooh. Okay, yeah. Go, 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 go. Sleep. But it was a pleasure. It was a good talk. The random contagious laughs. Which ones? What? Good night, sleep well, and see you next time, we're fun. Sorry, I'm like writing down which topics we had in the stream. Like it's completely unnecessary, but I started the list before and I wanted to finish it. We just finished cooking, back off. Nice. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. How are you guys doing? So, yeah. So I have to stop my stream in like 10 minutes, okay? So we have the favorite parts of the stream and then we have a little bit of stretching. And I'm just gonna start with the stretching already, okay? So you can just like do whatever I do. If you have any questions, just ask me. But I'm just sort of like, you know, you've been sitting a while at the PC, maybe not. Doesn't really matter. If you've been working a while, that's the same. But just sort of try to feel in your body what hurts. Like if you like maybe you don't have any pain, but maybe you just feel like some body parts feel like a little bit like heavy or tired or something like this, or where it's like they just feel like there's like less blood flow. And then you can just like stretch them a little bit. You can also just shake them, like bring some life back into them. You have enough points to have the longest? Really? With today's stream? I thought you were saving up for a VIP, by the way. But I mean, to be fair, you haven't used it, so you might be. So with this exercise, this one is actually just sort of like trying to like touch the floor. You don't actually touch the floor, okay? We're not crazy. But we just sort of like sit on the corner of our chair and try to move our hands one after the other, sort of down to the floor. This is gonna give our lower spine a little bit more mobility. This was taught to me by my chiropractor because sitting at the PC quite long is unhealthy. So that's what we do to give back some mobility to our lower back, because that's the part where usually when you sit quite long it gets like really stuck and immobile. So that's what we do. But yeah, so what was your favorite moment, guys? Come on. Let me actually start. I've been starting the last time too. Well, actually, I haven't started this time. Meow has started. You haven't answered me though. Like, what type of random loves? I'm confused. Ooh, that cracked. Just sort of like put my up here and then like push down here. Instantly cracked. Damn. I mean, to be fair, I've been doing like more streaming back then. So, my favorite talk, I really enjoyed the disability, different ability talk. I think that one was really, really informative. I haven't like, I don't know, like it made me smarter in that moment. Like it was something where like that actively I haven't thought about it. And it was really, I don't know, it was just really good to get that insight and connect those dots, I think. Um, and then of course I loved like Irfan just like coming in and like opening up about his predicament. That one was like really nice. I feel like it's like, I don't know, so affirming to have some people to be able to like open up. Um and that's just always really, yeah, really confirming to know, I feel like. Um and the D&D talk was like so funny. At the same time, we talked quite a lot on D&D. We didn't talk too much about mental health in that moment, which I guess is fine, but it's like I'm like more hesitant to call it like one of the like best moments of stream, because I'm like, this is not necessarily what we're like supposed to do here. um but yeah, I think it's honestly like definitely by far it's been the disability different ability talk. That one really left me with a feeling of, damn, I understand people better now than before. And that's always something like I really appreciate. So, yeah. So, definitely. Like the whole discussion around it, actually. Like, I also really enjoyed like how you took part in it, how Meow took part in it, and Raven and Jolly. Like, we had really like a, I don't know, it was like so nice to see like everybody bringing their sort of like little bits and pieces to the table, and then like, I don't know, just talk about it. It really felt like one of those situations where you just like sit with your friends on a big table, you know, and just like, I don't know, like put all your brains together and share like all of these experiences, and then you leave with like 5 experiences more than before. So, yeah. That's definitely my favorite. What is your favorite, Fluffy? Oh, I'm like doing this like tiny, how do you call that sit? This like I don't know. Where you like sit on your like you're on your feet, but you like sit, I don't know, but without touching the floor, like this. Is it called like a Slavic um situation? I'm not sure. Oh, but yeah. All right. Let's do some deep breaths to sort of get back in our body properly. this one. I couldn't tell you really. I'm happy about the points I got. I'm happy that the conversation about my work was good for everyone. Happy that we all share a sense of helping each other with problems everybody faces, I guess. I mean, that's also just a thing. Just being, I don't know, I feel like there's some days where we just appreciate more than on other days just the general sense of community. So if that was today, I'm glad. All right, party people. I gotta go now. It's 18 o'clock and I'm invited to dinner. I'm just happy to be here sometimes. That's also good to know. I'm glad you are. I'm glad that this is a safe space. And I'm glad that you guys were here. It was a really fun stream again. It was a long stream, like nearly 6 hours. And yeah, we're gonna see each other on Thursday at 12 again, or whatever time it is at your guys' place. So thank you. I'm really interested, like our neighbor, like where we eat dinner now and then we play like Stormlight Ads. Like he cooks really, really good. Like I really love it. Like every time so far it has been tasty. And I'm like a really picky eater, right? So that's saying something. Like he made the first Japanese curry, which I liked actually. And I've been to restaurants and have eaten it. So, and then he made like pasta with like his own pesto, and then today there's gonna be wraps, and yeah, really amazing. I'm really, really lucky to have such a neighbor and play Stormlight with him. And then also get like dinner just on that night. Love that. Yeah, it's really like you're telling me I get like just like somebody cooking dinner for me right now. Like I'm so lucky. I love it. I'm appreciating that so much. So, here's my YouTube, everybody. Then we have Instagram, of course, but yeah, well, I'm not really. Well, yeah, not really too active there. But if anybody wants to watch the VOD of this stream, or any other VOD of my past streams, I upload them on YouTube, and that's where you find them. Because on Twitch they like always like go away after like 2 weeks, so we have them on YouTube instead. And I always try to name them with like the most prominent topics of the stream. So if you look for something specific or whatever, you can also see if we already talked about it in another stream, if I'm offline sometimes. And yeah, then see you guys next time, and bye.